Chapter 1640. The Desolation Emperor was the most cunning person that Long Chen had ever met. He was able to trick Long Chen and make Long Chen come in obediently. He could also use words to confuse both Long Chen and Long Chen into not knowing the Desolation Emperor's identity. At first, he thought that the Desolation Emperor was a dragon-devouring beast. However, the Desolation Emperor's subsequent words had already exposed his identity. However, he had already gained the upper hand. When the Desolation Emperor turned around with a sinister smile on his face, revealing a row of shark-like sharp teeth, Long Chen's mind went blank. The Desolation Emperor was extremely strange. Long Chen had no idea how Mo Xiaolang had fallen for his trick. At this crucial moment, the only thing he could think of was to return to Mo Xiaolang's side. The god-slaying sword in his hand gathered all the strength in his body and slashed towards Mo Xiaolang with all his might. Long Chen did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he used the true meaning of the god-slaying art for this slash. He wanted to split the transparent ball formed by the runes. Mo Xiaolang was also inside, burning it with the 9th underworld demon Ancestral flame. Both of their reactions were extremely fast. However, what shocked both of them was that when Long Chen's sword slashed at the rune boundary, the power of the god-slaying sword easily penetrated the rune boundary and hit Mo Xiaolang's body, leaving a wound on Mo Xiaolang's body. This was an accidental injury. However, this made Long Chen dumbfounded. What kind of strange thing was this? Didn't that mean that he had no way of breaking the rune boundary? His power could not affect the rune boundary at all. Instead, it would seep through and affect Mo Xiaolang's body. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor had already considered Xiao Lang's 9 nether demon ancestral flame in the rune boundary. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen found that even the 9 nether demon ancestral flame was useless. If he were to attack from outside, it would be completely ineffective. He would only accidentally injure Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's attacks from inside were completely ineffective. Both of them were so anxious that their eyes were bloodshot. The Desolation Monarch looked up to the sky and laughed. "Children, don't waste your efforts. This is something I've prepared for a long time." It was very valuable and its value was equivalent to a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. There is only one in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and it is called the Space of Despair. You will soon understand why this thing is called the Space of Despair. He paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. "That's because it was specially designed for you brothers. It wants you to feel despair. This space of despair will begin to shrink at this moment. After 2 hours, it will shrink to a point, and in just an hour, I reckon that the thing inside will be squeezed into a meat patty, a meatball. As for Long Chen, you're about to witness this scene with your own eyes. You'll see your best brother's eyes filled with despair. You'll see his body gradually deform and turn into minced meat. Ha! Am I a little too evil? No matter what, little wolf is my adopted son. In 2 hours, it would shrink to a dot. In an hour, it would shrink with an irresistible power that would shrink Mo Xiaolang into a meat patty." Furthermore, at this moment, Long Chen could truly feel that the irresistible force was rapidly shrinking. This so-called space of despair wasn't that tough, it was just that it contained a kind of Dao, a Dao that couldn't be broken. No matter how sharp a weapon was, no matter how powerful it was, it would still be pierced through. This time, Long Chen slashed with the god-slaying sword several times with his greatest strength, but it still had no effect. In the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with hesitation. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This so-called space of despair was not created by the Desolation Monarch. Instead, he had planted it in Mo Xiaolang's body a long, long time ago, before Mo Xiaolang was strong enough. He had only released it now. This meant that a long time ago, he had the intention of making it impossible for Mo Xiaolang to escape. Today, it came in handy. Long Chen. The Desolation Monarch opened his huge mouth and pointed a pale finger at his bloody mouth. "Come and satisfy me quickly. I haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. I'm so hungry, I'm about to starve to death. If you don't enter my mouth quickly, your brother will be completely squeezed into a meat patty within an hour. Aren't you brothers deeply in love with each other? At this moment, one of you must die. How will you choose? Long Chen, you keep saying that he is your brother and that he is willing to sacrifice his life for you. But what about you? Can you do that? As long as you obediently enter my stomach and let me digest you, I will let him go. After all, Xiao Lang is also my adopted son. Xiao Lang and I are father and son. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its own cubs. Don't you think so? The Desolation Monarch's voice was like a disgusting mosquito that constantly lingered in his ears. Big brother, quickly find a way to escape. He is definitely a dragon-devourer beast. Everything he is doing is to devour you. In the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang said hysterically. Once again, he felt that because of him, he had implicated Long Chen. Perhaps when they parted ways in the Netherworld Mansion and went to the True Martial Imperial Domain and the Desolation Imperial Domain respectively, this was probably the end of it. Mo Xiaolang's heart was already in despair. Even his strongest technique, the ninth underworld's demonic ancestral flame, was useless. Moreover, the space of despair was very powerful. However, the attribute of the rune could easily disperse their attacks, making it seem like they were hitting cotton. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang was still inside, so Long Chen couldn't risk his life to destroy it. His respected adoptive father turned out to be a dragon-devourer beast. He had been planning from the beginning to devour his big brother. At this moment, in Mo Xiaolang's heart, the Desolation Monarch's position was no longer there. At this moment, they were enemies. Desolation Monarch, perhaps you have always nurtured me for your own benefit. Today, we will break all ties. From today onwards, I no longer have you as my adoptive father. Also, I advise you to stop. Threats are useless against us, we will kill you. In the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang roared. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't escape first. Moreover, in this 500-year-long confinement room, it was impossible for Long Chen to escape. They were like two little lambs, tightly controlled in the palm of the Desolation Monarch's hand. After listening to Mo Xiaolang's words, the Desolation Monarch said in a very pained tone, "How sad. My adoptive son actually wants to break ties with me. Then I can only watch you being squeezed into a meat patty by the space of despair. Who asked your good brother to disregard your life and not come into my mouth? Come, come, dragon. I am a person who keeps his promises. As long as you are willing to enter my stomach, I will let him go. How about it?" The Desolation Monarch said in a very tempting voice. At this critical moment, time was running out. Long Chen could only calm himself down. He realized that persuading the Desolation Monarch to let Mo Xiaolang go was not going to work. The only way was to fight. Why did the Desolation Monarch threaten him instead of directly devouring him? Was it because he wanted to test the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang? Or was it because of his own strength? He was a person who had been imprisoned in the confinement room for tens of thousands of years. Was his current strength good or bad? Or was it similar to Jinwu Monarch, where he could only use his strength once or twice? After analyzing it, Long Chen guessed it was the latter. Therefore, the Desolation Monarch was probably not willing to fight Long Chen, nor was he willing to waste his precious strength. Although Long Chen might not be as strong as the Desolation Monarch, his strength was endless. Xiao Lang. Long Chen looked over coldly. Mo Xiaolang was in a state of panic and despair. Long Chen's resolute gaze gave him a bad feeling. "Big brother, don't listen to him," Mo Xiaolang said anxiously. Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to kill him." This was his courage, and it was also his method of risking his life. The Desolation Monarch. Even Jinwu Monarch was in awe of him. Long Chen did not know how strong the Desolation Monarch was, but at this moment, for the sake of Mo Xiaolang's life, for the sake of 1 hour, he had no choice but to risk his life. Therefore, at this moment, Long Chen did not hesitate at all. He directly revealed his ancestral dragon body, which was tens of thousands of meters long. The huge dragon shrouded in a blood-colored mist hovered in the huge gravity maze, its entire body reeking of blood. The characteristics of the bloodthirsty and massacred dragon were completely revealed. Long Chen stretched out a huge dragon claw and placed Mo Shaolang on his palm. He realized that he could not bring Mo Shaolang into the divine kingdom at this moment. The power of the space of despair was definitely restricting him. The 10,000-meter-long body almost crushed the gravity maze. After protecting Mo Shaolang, Long Chen's huge bloody eyes stared at the Desolation Monarch, who had already fallen into a state of madness. Ah, a dragon that's already tens of thousands of meters long when it's still a young dragon. What kind of dragon are you? Why have I never seen you before? What the hell are you? The Desolation Monarch was extremely fanatical and thirsty. He fell into a state of silence, his wide mouth dripping with saliva. Old ghost, if you want to eat me, wait until you can defeat me. The huge dragon covered in blood let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire gravity maze to tremble. It could be seen how powerful Long Chen was at this moment. Come, enter my stomach, haha. What a delicious dragon. This is the strongest dragon martial artist I've ever seen. It's really not easy. Did I pick up a treasure? There was only half an hour, not even that. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his huge bloody dragon claw began to attack crazily. P.S. Yesterday's flowers, 2412. Are you guys slacking off? This is the first time the flowers are less than 2,500. I saw it in the morning and was pleasantly surprised. I can relax a little today. I've broken through 8,000. I'll add 1 chapter today, making it a total of 4 chapters. P.S. December is the month of exams, and there's an exam in the afternoon. Because there are explosive chapters on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are high-intensity 5 chapters. Every day, I write from morning to 10 at night, and I can't save a single chapter, so I'll release 3 chapters at noon. Today's last chapter might only be released between 8 to 9 at night. I'm really working hard, and I hope you guys can understand. P.S. 3 chapters a day is the most suitable. I can fully plan the plot. 4 chapters is my limit, and 5 chapters is basically working hard every day. After all, I only have 3,000 words per chapter, and there's no way I can compete with an author who has 2,000 words. 5 chapters is equivalent to 8 chapters for others. Today's 4 chapters won't lag anyone. Chapter 1641. A huge dragon claw slashed towards the seemingly insignificant Desolation Emperor. Child, you won't be able to hit me. Don't you know that in ancient times, my race's most powerful technique was concealment? Why were we able to devour divine dragons? That's because we're even more perfect than the divine dragon. We're the supreme rulers. The Desolation Emperor was still smiling. You are just shameless thieves. At that moment, the dragon claw bombarded the ground of the gravitational maze, causing the earth to tremble. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor had already disappeared. Indeed, not only was his Tao of illusion and concealment amazing, even his speed was astonishing. Long Chen had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, at that moment, the Desolation Emperor's body appeared on his divine dragon body. He caressed Long Chen's blood-red scales and exclaimed, "What a perfect young dragon, a perfect feast. The heavens are really kind to me." Long Chen was enraged. The scale that the Desolation Emperor was caressing flickered with primordial runes. The blood-red runes instantly collided with the Desolation Emperor's body and sent him flying. Long Chen turned his huge dragon head and the destructive dragon claw once again slashed towards the Desolation Emperor. Child, you can't touch me. There's no need to struggle. You only have an hour to decide. If you miss this time, your brother will die. Are you such a selfish person that you can only watch as your brother dies? The Desolation Emperor continued to laugh. Sure enough, Mo Xiaolang's despair space had shrunk by quite a bit. Time was life. Long Chen was in a frenzied state. If he didn't hurry, Mo Xiaolang would die. This damned Desolation Emperor, this damned dragon-devouring beast. He had completely triggered the rage in Long Chen's heart. Great anger. What he hated the most was being threatened by others, especially when it involved the lives of those close to him, just like how the city lord of the wronged city had threatened Yang Lingqing. This was Long Chen's reverse scale. One day, Long Chen would take his revenge and make them pay a heavy price. The wrath of the divine dragon shook heaven and earth. The Desolation Great Emperor was still immersed in laughter. At this time, Long Chen suddenly summoned close to 60 golden demon imprisonment columns. This was the confinement room for 500 years. So what if the heart of the city lord of the wronged woke up? Long Chen couldn't care less. When the 60 golden demon imprisonment columns were pulled out, the crystal coffin started to tremble lightly. Lingxi was worried about Long Chen's situation. Seeing the blue-haired beauty in the crystal coffin, she took out the Six Paths Immortal Sword. The Six Paths Immortal Sword also had the ability to seal and suppress. With the help of the Six Paths Immortal Sword's righteous power, the crystal coffin couldn't move at all. Chen, you can use all the golden demon imprisonment columns. I will help you suppress her for 3 days and 3 nights. Lingxi said confidently. This was the only way she could help Long Chen. All right. Long Chen shouted. 99 huge golden demon imprisonment columns, each more than 100 meters tall, surrounded Long Chen's huge divine dragon body and spun crazily. Golden power filled Long Chen's body. Countless rays of golden light sprinkled down. This was the first time the golden demon imprisonment columns were in a perfect state. Long Chen instantly felt a huge and complete power in the golden demon imprisonment columns. 99 divine dragons formed a mysterious array and released a huge amount of power. Oh. So it's a Dao treasure with 8 Dao patterns. Not bad, golden demon imprisonment columns. The Desolation Great Emperor's voice came from the shadows. Golden demon imprisonment columns, seal, suppress. Under the control of Long Chen's immense power, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns instantly formed a circle, trapping the Desolation Emperor who was hidden in the darkness. Between the golden demon imprisonment columns, golden lightning weaved into a huge net, trapping the Desolation Emperor within. Suppress. Suppress. Under Long Chen's relentless output of power, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns slammed into the ground, completely trapping the Baron Emperor within. The Baron Emperor couldn't move at all, and at this moment, Long Chen's huge dragon tail swung down like the largest whip in the world. It landed heavily on the Baron Emperor, who was trapped within the golden demon imprisonment columns. In that instant, Long Chen could see blood splattering everywhere. Dead? The tail was the greatest strength of Long Chen's ancestral dragon body. The power of a divine dragon's tail was even stronger than a dragon's claws. Therefore, when he hit the Desolation Great Emperor in a sealed state, Long Chen only felt blood splatter everywhere and nothing else. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Long Chen realized that the Desolation Great Emperor wouldn't be easy to deal with. The space of despair shrank once again. Mo Xiaolang wasn't worried about himself. Since Long Chen had chosen to fight, he could only watch. At this moment, he was also looking for the Desolation Great Emperor's position. At that moment, a frightening aura descended. The Desolation Great Emperor wasn't dead. How could such a creature be killed by the suppression of Long Chen's golden demon suppressing column? Dragon, you can enter my stomach now. At this moment, a pitiful voice rang out in the gravity maze. The splatter of blood was expanding rapidly. The Desolation Great Emperor was finally going to reveal his true form. Dragon Devourer. It was also a creature shrouded in clouds, but it was even bigger than Long Chen. In the dusky space, Long Chen could feel the other party's flesh growing rapidly. More and more balls of flesh appeared out of thin air, making Long Chen feel an extreme sense of danger and fear. His divine dragon body was huge, but the dragon devourer was even bigger. The balls of flesh piled up in front of Long Chen were probably more than 20,000 meters in diameter. This was the Desolation Great Emperor. This was the dragon devourer. Long Chen couldn't see the Desolation Great Emperor's face for the time being. He could only see the huge mouth that was thousands of meters long. A disgusting smell came from the beast's mouth, and he could vaguely see the rows of shark-like teeth. Compared to Long Chen's dragon claws, it was even more shocking. This place seems too small. You can't unleash your full potential. In that case, I'll give you a bigger space. The Desolation Great Emperor's voice came from the darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, the rune walls of the confinement room began to shatter and disappear in large amounts. Let's go. The Desolation Great Emperor laughed heartily. The huge ball of flesh that was comparable to a mountain instantly disappeared in front of Long Chen and rose upwards. Long Chen sensed the smell of the draconic continent. Above was the exit. Although the gravity-bewildering array wasn't small, it was indeed small for Long Chen and the Desolation Great Emperor. The divine dragon body passed through the dense fog and finally arrived at the entrance of the ancient demon domain. This place was uninhabited and covered in fog. The space was huge, and it was the perfect place for a battle. The Desolation Great Emperor probably knew that Long Chen wouldn't enter his mouth obediently. After coming out, Long Chen soared into the sky and finally got a clear look at the giant beast. It was similar to the second statue. The dragon-devouring beast had the wings of a divine dragon. It had no limbs and was just a huge and disgusting ball of flesh. Its weight was at least 50 times that of Long Chen. Its length, height, and width were all more than 20,000 meters, while Long Chen was only 10,000 meters long. Therefore, if the dragon-devouring beast devoured Long Chen, he probably wouldn't feel any pressure at all. In particular, its horrifying mouth was almost 3,000 meters long. There were countless rows of sharp teeth inside, making one's hair stand on end. With such a horrifying appearance in front of Long Chen, ordinary divine dragons would probably be frightened out of their wits. This strange creature was simply a divine dragon's nightmare. Of course, it was only limited to young dragons. A true divine dragon would be a nightmare for the dragon-devouring beast. To be honest, after coming out of there, Long Chen could take Mo Xiaolang and leave. However, he couldn't because the space of despair outside Mo Xiaolang had shrunk to the point that it was sticking to Mo Xiaolang's body. If it shrunk any further, Mo Xiaolang would definitely be squeezed to death. Long Chen had no way of getting rid of this space of despair. The only way was for the Desolation Great Emperor to get rid of it himself. This was a life and death situation where the future was unpredictable. Long Chen was on the verge of going crazy. So what if he came out? There was no way to escape now. All he could do was kill. The 10,000-meter-long body swooped down from the sky and headed for the dragon-devouring beast again. Hatred filled Long Chen's eyes. I'm really, really excited. Dragon, are you going to come into my stomach? What a wise choice. The huge dragon-devouring beast stayed where it was. Due to its huge size, it couldn't move at all. However, when Long Chen's divine dragon tail whip smashed towards the dragon-devouring beast again, its body actually became illusory. The huge meatball actually appeared in another direction. Can you catch up with me? If the dragon-devouring beast wasn't good at illusory and speed, how could it steal the young dragons? Long Chen was almost driven crazy by him. Let me show you what I've achieved. The Desolation Great Emperor suddenly opened his mouth. In his mouth, a total of 5 perfect divine dragon skeletons appeared. Under the control of the dragon-devouring beast, these divine dragons were only left with skeletons, but they still charged towards Long Chen. My darling, you will soon become one of them. Hurry up and enter my stomach. Otherwise, your brother Xiao Lang seems to be in trouble. As the Desolation Great Emperor laughed and the skeletons of the divine dragons spread towards Long Chen, the space of despair had already started to squeeze Mo Xiaolang's body. Chapter 1642. Crack. This sound was simply a nightmare for Long Chen. Long Chen could clearly hear Mo Xiaolang let out a low cry of pain. The destructive power of the space of despair was definitely much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. Dragon, didn't you say that you value your brotherhood the most? For him, you don't even have the resolve to die. What kind of brother are you? Your brother can only endure the pain for a quarter of an hour at most. After a quarter of an hour, he'll be squeezed into minced meat. Perhaps he won't die at that time, but he'll have to endure endless torture. Can you really bear to see all of this? The Desolation Emperor continued with his despairing smile. If it were me, I would choose to run away immediately. Look, this world is so beautiful, why would I die for this so-called brother of mine? So, what will you, Long Chen, choose? You must be quick. If you are late by just a little bit, your brother will be squeezed into minced meat. Hurry up, and put it into my stomach. My stomach is already hungry and thirsty. The Desolation Emperor's voice was like a nightmare, tormenting Long Chen again and again. He could see that Mo Xiaolang was gnashing his teeth. However, was there really no other way? Was he going to die for sure? He was not willing. Why did brotherly love need to be tested? Why did the Desolation Emperor win in the end? Apart from throwing his life away, Long Chen wanted to save Mo Xiaolang. He didn't want him to die, nor did he want him to suffer such terrible torture. What should he do? If he died like this, what should he do? Yang Lingqing needed him, Lingxi needed him, and even the whole world needed him. Countless choices made Long Chen collapse. Big brother, hurry up and leave. Big brother, hurry up and leave. I know you're good to me, but you can't fall for his tricks. Even if you sacrifice yourself, so what? And don't forget, you still have many important things to do. They all need you, as well as your father. He gave you such a great mission, and you still haven't completed it. You haven't even begun the calamity of the city lord of the wronged. If you choose to die like this, no one will be able to forgive you, not even I. This is my, Mo Xiaolang's, life. I admit it. In this life, no matter what you choose, you will always be my brother. I know you want me to live even if you have to die, but this is already a dead end. Big brother, you should make the right choice. As long as you avenge me in the future, I will have no regrets. Big brother. Hurry up and leave. Under the pressure of the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, and his delicate face became miserable and hideous. He roared and roared crazily, trying to wake Long Chen up and let him know what was important. Big brother, aren't you always very decisive? Why can't you tell what's important this time? I, Mo Xiaolang, am a small matter. The others who need you are the most important. The feelings between us brothers don't need to be proven or defended with death. You are not a child, you are more mature and decisive than me. This decision could have been easily made by you. Mo Xiaolang almost went crazy. However, Long Chen's hesitation and indifference had tormented him at all times. Stop talking. Long Chen's eyes were also bloodshot. He tore all the dragon skeletons that the dragon devourer beast had spat out. The ancient blood spirit dragon swirled in the sky, its angry blood burning. Long Chen's blood was boiling, and his heart was filled with a large amount of frustration. He wanted to release it, he would not admit defeat, he could not lose like this. A mere dragon devourer beast dared to anger the ancestral dragon. Long Chen bore the pressure that almost made him explode. He let out an earth-shattering roar, and in that instant, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Long Chen raised his huge dragon claw, and in his claw, the massacre dragon seal appeared. Desolation Emperor. I want you dead. The massacre dragon seal, which carried the power of 1,000,000,000,000 massacres, pressed down. 99 golden demon imprisonment columns danced in the sky, each expanding to 1,000 meters tall. Under Long Chen's stimulation, they reached their most perfect state. The golden demon imprisonment columns descended from the sky like sharp spears, all stabbing into the Desolation Emperor's back, forming a suppressive seal. The moment the golden demon imprisonment columns pressed down, the Desolation Emperor was unable to move or move. The power of a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns was rather terrifying when it was fully unleashed. The Slaughter Dragon seal slammed into the Desolation Grand Emperor's body, tearing off a huge chunk of flesh from his body. This claw nearly tore off 1/20th of the Desolation Grand Emperor's body. Long Chen had torn apart the Desolation Emperor's flesh, which was almost equivalent to his own physique. The sky was filled with flesh and blood, and the majority of the gray desert was dyed red. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor was truly injured, and he let out a painful howl. Long Chen realized that the Desolation Emperor was not that strong. He was just good at dodging. Go to hell. Long Chen's mystical dragon body rotated rapidly in the sky, and the golden demon imprisonment columns assembled in an instant, forming a 10,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column. Under the sweep of Long Chen's dragon tail, heaven and earth exploded, and the mountains and rivers split. The 10,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column slammed into the Desolation Emperor's body, sending his huge meatball flying. Blood splattered everywhere, forming a river on the ground. After rolling a few times on the ground, the Desolation Emperor finally stabilized his body. At that moment, he was a bloody mess. Dragon, you underestimate me. The Desolation Emperor laughed loudly. At that moment, his wounds were recovering at a terrifying speed. I, the dragon-devouring beast, am a genius. I devoured 5 dragon martial artists, and I have all their mystiques. My physique is no weaker than a mystical dragon's. Compared to the sun-devouring demon wolf, we are even more favored by the heavens. If I lived in the era of billions of mystical dragons, would be the strongest in history. By the time he finished speaking, the Desolation Emperor had completely recovered. I'm immortal, but Xiao Lang isn't. The Desolation Emperor laughed loudly. At that moment, Long Chen heard Imo Xiaolang scream in pain. He looked down and saw that the space of despair had already surrounded Imo Xiaolang. The terrifying power was squeezing out his blood, and his bones were breaking. His handsome face was distorted by the pressure. It was unimaginable pain. Big brother, I'm begging you. Leave, please. I'm not worth your life. You have a better choice. You're so smart, why are you so stupid now? Long Chen could only shake his head in pain. He didn't know what to do. He knew that escaping was the best choice. After all, there were more people who needed him. However, he couldn't watch Imo Xiaolang die like that. If he did, he would be in pain for the rest of his life. He would never be able to live in peace. Father, tell me. What choice should I make? This crisis had actually made Long Chen lose all sense of propriety. The Desolation Emperor couldn't be defeated. Imo Xiaolang was constantly being squeezed by the Desolation Emperor. Perhaps he would lose his life soon. The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with temptation as it resounded in his ears. Come on, dragon. I can swear to the heavens that Xiao Lang is my adopted son. I can't bear to kill him. Wouldn't it be great if you obediently entered my stomach? Everyone would be happy. You would die, and Xiao Lang would live. Can Xiao Lang help you complete your matters? That would be the most perfect ending. Why do you care about your own life for your brother? Am I right? In my opinion, a person as affectionate as you should die for your brother. This voice was like a poison that entered Long Chen's body, causing him to go crazy. Shut up. The space of despair shrank once more. Long Chen was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were incomparably red. The fiendish aura that belonged to the ancestral dragon filled the air around him. In truth, the Desolation Emperor was also very frightened at this moment. The Lingxi sword appeared beside Long Chen. Long Chen used the tip of his dragon tail to hold the Lingxi sword in place. What is this? The Desolation Emperor laughed. At that moment, Long Chen let out an earth-shattering roar. His dragon tail was like long hair, stabbing towards the Desolation Emperor. His tail carried the Lingxi sword and pierced 1,000 meters into the Desolation Emperor's body. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor's Yuan spirit was injured, and he let out a scream that shook the entire Desolation Emperor domain. The ground within 1,000 li cracked. The power of the Lingxi sword was even more terrifying at this crucial moment. This move almost caused the Desolation Emperor to die from the pain. He was enraged. He was incomparably enraged. A fierce, bloody aura spread in all directions. Dragon. Despicable dragon. I gave you time to choose, but you refused. I gave you a chance to let Xiaolang live. You hypocrite, but you covet your own life. You don't deserve to be Mo Xiaolang's brother. Since you don't care about his life, then I'll let Mo Xiaolang die right now. Space of despair, shrink. Shrink. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang let out a painful scream. He tried his best to control himself, not letting himself be too cowardly. However, the pain of his entire body being squeezed was too terrifying. No one in this world could endure it. The space of despair shrank several times faster than before. In 10 breaths of time, Mo Xiaolang will die. I'll give you one last chance. 10. 9. 8. 7. Mo Xiaolang's body had already been squeezed out of shape. His flesh was a bloody mess. Long Chen was living in the most painful torment he had ever experienced. He made his decision. Although it wasn't nice to be stuck here, he still had to take the exam. Chapter 1643. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was enduring unimaginable pain. Such inhumane torture was rare in the world. Big brother, kill me. Kill me. Only Long Chen could attack the space of despair, and Mo Xiaolang could no longer endure the 10 breaths of time. Under the pressure of the space of despair, Mo Xiaolang was badly mutilated and looked extremely frightening. Long Chen's heart was bleeding. His eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was heavy. Over the past 10 years, he had never been so angry when he saw millions of people die. 6. With a smile, the Desolation Great Emperor uttered another number. Mo Xiaolang's body was about to be crushed. Words couldn't describe the tragedy he was in. Big brother, kill me. His voice was already muffled, and he seemed to be crying. Mo Xiaolang had always been a strong person, but at this moment, Long Chen's mind was blank, and he almost lost the ability to think. He was in a daze, and his eyes were filled with misery. He let out an incomparably angry and tragic roar, and then said 3 words, I admit defeat. He really did admit defeat. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he admitted defeat. Back when he faced the Lingwu sword master, he didn't feel so powerless, because at that time, he was the one being killed. He could risk his life and ignore the consequences. But now, he was holding Xiaolang's life in his hands. He was almost hysterical, and he roared at the Desolation Emperor, let him go, I'm willing to let you devour me. At this time, the Desolation Emperor had already counted to 5. After hearing Long Chen's words, the despair space finally stopped shrinking. It even expanded a portion of the space, allowing Mo Xiaolang to survive tenaciously and have a chance to catch his breath. Even so, Mo Xiaolang was on the brink of death at this moment. He was only able to hold on for the time being due to his strong vitality. At this time, his head and limbs were no longer visible, and he was almost squeezed into a creature like a dragon-devouring beast. It was clear how terrifying the pain was. Dragon, I don't like lying children. If you go back on your word, I'll kill him in an instant. Remember, it's only an instant. The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with unconcealable ecstasy. Long Chen gripped the huge dragon star tightly. The blood-red eyes of the primordial blood spiritual dragon flickered with a bloodthirsty brilliance. Around him, a large amount of blood-colored mist filled the air, dyeing the sky within a radius of several dozen miles blood red. "I've said it, and I won't go back on my word." Long Chen didn't know what he was doing, nor did he know how many tasks were on his shoulders. He only knew that he couldn't let Mo Xiaolang die. He couldn't let his brother die. If Mo Xiaolang died, he wouldn't be able to live peacefully for the rest of his life. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang's breathing was weak, and he said these two words unwillingly. He really didn't want Long Chen to do this. If he wasn't unconscious, he would definitely scold Long Chen and scold Long Chen for making the most foolish decision. He actually wanted to use his own life in exchange for Mo Xiaolang's life. Moreover, Long Chen wasn't just shouldering his own life. He was shouldering too many responsibilities, including the fate of all living beings. Why was he so foolish at this moment? Why was he so reckless? Long Chen didn't know either. He only knew that there was a strong desire in his heart. He absolutely couldn't let his brother die like this. This desire surpassed everything, including his rationality. Perhaps this desire was called brotherly love. Even if he had to use his life to exchange for it, at this moment, perhaps even rationality was a luxury for Long Chen. The Desolation Emperor laughed heartily. "What a touching pair. It's a pity that you're too important to me. Otherwise, I might really be moved by you too and let you go." The meatball that was covered in dragon scales rolled on the ground. Its huge mouth was wide open, and its deep throat was clearly visible. Its throat was actually filled with thorns. "Dragon, I advise you not to try anything funny. Let me tell you, I, the Desolation Emperor, am a man of my words. I said that I would let Mo Xiaolang go after this, so I will definitely let him go. However, if you try anything funny, I believe that Mo Xiaolang will die a horrible death. Furthermore, the space of despair isn't something that can be removed by killing me. If you kill me, then no one will be able to stop the space of despair from shrinking. Therefore, since you've decided, you should accept your fate. You will only have one ending, death. You're great. You've sacrificed your life for your brother. I believe that Mo Xiaolang will remember you for the rest of his life. What a touching brotherly love. Can you shut up?" Long Chen's blood-red eyes stared coldly at him. Behind Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang was in extreme pain. His bloodshot eyes were filled with grief and anger as he stared blankly at Long Chen. However, he was so weak that he couldn't even utter a single word. "Xiaolang, help me with something." Long Chen's voice rang in his ears. "I have the body of the ancestral dragon. I don't believe that this grandson will be able to swallow me. However, I'm not confident. This is just an attempt to risk my life. I have no other choice but to risk my life. Therefore, I'll leave Lingqing to you. If I'm really gone, please help me look after Lingxi. Don't let her do anything stupid." Mo Xiaolang was extremely unwilling, but he couldn't refuse because Long Chen didn't give him the authority to do so. No. In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was extremely resolute. She bit her pale lips and said, "I won't. Absolutely not. Even if it's a risk, I'll choose to go with you. If you're gone, there's nothing you can do to stop me from going with you. Chen, this is the first time I've refused you. If you want to take a risk alone, I won't agree even if I die. I believe that if you go, there's nothing in this world that can stop me from going with you." Towards the end, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Perhaps this was the nature of their love. They would follow each other to the death. 10 years ago, when they were still in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, they had already gone through life and death together while being pursued by the royal family of Biyao Imperial City. Lingxi's determination made it impossible for Long Chen to refuse. At that moment, he could only helplessly close his eyes. Only Long Chen knew how terrifying the Desolation Emperor was. What made him so terrifying wasn't his true battle prowess, but his schemes and strategies. From the very beginning, he had completely schemed against Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Everything went according to his plan, including Long Chen's guess that he was a dragon-devouring beast and his release from the 100,000-year imprisonment. Dragon. The Desolation Emperor's voice was filled with greed. He stuck out his huge, bloody tongue, and green saliva dripped down like a waterfall, causing a disgusting stench to sweep over. Come, my stomach is the legendary dragon hell. No matter what kind of dragon you are, you can't escape from me. We dragon-devouring beasts are the most perfect race in the world. We are the invincible dragon-devouring beasts. Come. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth that were like swords, flashing with a soul-stirring light. A huge suction force acted on Long Chen's body. From the Desolation Emperor's mouth to where Long Chen was, a passage formed by gray runes was formed. In this passage, the huge tearing force of the dragon hell was like countless tentacles that wrapped around Long Chen's body. Don't resist. If you do, I'll shrink the space of despair. If I shrink it a little, Mo Xiaolang might die. If that happens, it won't be worth it for you. The Desolation Emperor's gloomy voice sounded beside Long Chen. The huge divine dragon that was filled with a murderous aura had been suppressed by the dragon-devouring beast from the very beginning. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang shouted once again, unwilling to give up. However, these two angry words had already made him lose the strength to continue speaking. Who? A huge force acted on Long Chen's body. Remember what happened to my sister. Long Chen whispered the last sentence in his ear. He used the power of nirvana to surround Yang Lingxing's statue and send it out of the ancient demon domain. At the same time, he let Mo Xiaolang land on the ground. When Mo Xiaolang was free, he would take Yang Lingxing's statue away. Long Chen had no choice. He didn't even have the chance to doubt the Desolation Emperor. He could only choose to believe him. The disgusting mouth, the so-called dragon hell, launched its final devour towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to resist. He had already made his decision. If he resisted, it would be equivalent to failing at the last step. The Desolation Emperor had grasped Long Chen's Achilles heel. In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi used the Six Paths Immortal Sword to suppress the city lord of the tragic Death's Heart. There were no tears in her eyes. To her, if she really had no choice, she would die with Long Chen. This was a beautiful ending. She had no regrets. She didn't blame Long Chen. Mo Xiaolang was a brother worthy of Long Chen. No. The sun-devouring direwolf that landed on the ground let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the huge ancestral dragon was swallowed by the dragon-devouring beast. The dragon-devouring beast was extremely thirsty. It didn't even chew before swallowing the 10,000-meter-long divine dragon into its so-called dragon hell. After that, he let out a burp. Its fat belly began to shine with a blood-red radiance. It's starting to digest. What a great tonic. Digesting this guy will bring great benefits to my upcoming nirvana tribulation. The Desolation Emperor let out a proud smile. He had been lying low for so long, waiting for this day. In the midst of his pride, his gaze shifted to the dazed Mo Xiaolang. Chapter 1644. Xiaolang. The Desolation Emperor had already swallowed Long Chen into his stomach. His huge body squirmed, and his hideous face revealed an incomparably satisfied expression. As he activated the Dragon Devourer beast's special ability to digest a divine dragon, he said to the dazed Mo Xiaolang, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm helping you. You must hate Long Chen a lot, right? After all, you're a peerless genius, but you've been suppressed by a mere dragon warrior, unable to display your brilliance. But now, you're the #1 genius in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. And I'm also the #1 expert in the 3 regions and 9 worlds." He ignored the hatred in Mo Xiaolang's eyes and continued proudly, "He's already in my stomach. For the sake of the Desolation Emperor region's strength, and for the two of us to advance, I could only temporarily wrong you and let you suffer. But now, there's a chance for you to make great progress. I can let you transform again, and even let you surpass Long Chen. In order for your injuries to fully recover, all you need to do is forget about Long Chen. Can you do that? The strange giant beast that covered the sky chattered in front of Mo Xiaolang. The space of despair was slowly expanding, but it still hadn't dissipated. The Desolation Emperor was a cautious person. He knew that Long Chen was still struggling in his stomach. Before he completely digested Long Chen, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaolang escape. But at least now, Mo Xiaolang had a chance to recover. There were no words to describe Mo Xiaolang's feelings at the moment. His mind was blank. The scene of Long Chen entering the Dragon Devourer beast's stomach without hesitation kept replaying in his mind. He kept recalling every word Long Chen had said. These words made his eyes brim with tears and his blood boil. Mo Xiaolang's heart was in turmoil. If he had the chance, he was willing to tell Long Chen that he was willing to follow Long Chen for life and fight to the end. But now, he didn't even have the chance. Not only Long Chen, but even Lingxi had followed him into the body of the Desolation Emperor. Xiaolang, I know you hate me, but everyone is selfish, right? Other than that stupid dragon just now, he is simply the most stupid person in the world. What he thinks of as love is actually a joke. You will understand in the future, so we are now in a cooperative relationship. I'll give you a chance to cooperate with me. There will be a huge change in the future, and I need you to help me cross the Nirvana tribulation. Don't worry, this is a very simple matter for you because you are a sun-devouring fiend wolf. You are the natural enemy of flames, you are their nemesis. 9 stages of Nirvana tribulation. Starting from the 5th stage, each stage is a nightmare. The intensity and lethality of the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation is incomparable to the 4th stage of the Nirvana tribulation. In the past million years, there were only a few great emperors who managed to reach the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. Heaven is cruel, no one can survive. The 2 from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace are all at the 5th stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. But even I can't face the even more terrifying 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation after passing the 5th stage, the 9 heavens lightning beast. The 3 of us chose an unorthodox method to prolong our lives. I locked myself in the confinement room for 100,000 years until I had the confidence and strength to face the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation. Xiaolang, do you know how happy I was when I found out that you were a sun-devouring fiend wolf? The Desolation Emperor laughed crazily and said, that's because the possibility of me passing the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation is much higher. What you might not know is that in the entire history of the 3 regions and 9 realms, only a few people have passed the 6th stage of Nirvana tribulation. Its name is the Hellfire Flame Star Beast. Just like the 9 heavens lightning beast, the Hellfire Flame Star Beast is also a beast that descended from the sky. However, it is not lightning, but flames. The power of the Hellfire Flame Star Beast is many times stronger than the heart-eroding demon fire. Moreover, unlike the previous 4 stages of Nirvana tribulation, the 9 heavens lightning beast and the Hellfire Flame Star Beast are spirits of heaven and earth. They have intelligence. Fighting against them is much easier than fighting against the previous 4 stages of Nirvana tribulation. The difficulty of the 5th stage of Nirvana tribulation has stopped almost all the 4th stage Nirvana tribulation martialists in the 3 regions and 9 realms. As for the 6th stage, the Hellfire Flame Astral Behemoth, it basically stopped all the great emperors in history. Now you understand how terrifying the 9 heavens lightning beast and the Hellfire Flame Star Beast are, right? The heavenly way is murderous. In this world, no one can escape the fate of death. Even if you can resist the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, you can only live for 1,000 years at most. After 1,000 years, there will be a Nirvana tribulation that is 10 times more terrifying. Every martialist's biggest enemy is not anyone, but the Nirvana tribulation. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, we are all crazy. For survival, for everything. The so-called feelings, whether it is family, friendship, or love, are useless. Only survival is the most important thing. In the end, he fixed his eyes on Mo Xiaolang and said, and you are the darling of the heavenly way. You are the nemesis of fire. The sixth stage of nirvana tribulation that makes us tremble with fear. For millions of years, no one has been able to pass it. The hellfire flame star beast is just a joke to you. In a frenzy, he looked at the sky and said, "Today, with your help, I will have a better chance to fight against the hellfire flame star beast." Rumor has it that when the hellfire flame star behemoth descends, the land within a radius of 30 million li, 1/10 of the desolate emperor region, will be burned to ashes. This is the burial ground of the demon race's ancestors. Everything will be destroyed. Because of this, they will be proud of me when they see everything. The sixth stage of nirvana tribulation was about to descend. Mo Xiaolang didn't know that the fifth stage of nirvana tribulation and above would change. He thought it would be the same as before, with the addition of another attribute. But what did this have to do with him? Mo Xiaolang only thought of hatred. He didn't want the desolate emperor to die because of the nirvana tribulation, and he would rather kill him himself. While the desolate emperor was in a frenzy, Mo Xiaolang calmed down. He remembered what Long Chen had said before. At this moment, the desolate emperor's stomach was still tumbling, which meant that Long Chen might not be dead. He was the ancestral dragon, which was the world's top bloodline. Long Chen had 2 ancestral dragon bodies and a dragon devourer beast. Did he really have the guts to challenge the ancient top bloodline? After a short period of pain, Mo Xiaolang's eyes glowed with the will to fight. He believed that he hadn't lost. Long Chen hadn't lost either. Xiaolang. An opportunity to become a pinnacle expert is right in front of us. You can silently devour the power of the hellfire flaming star behemoth. The heavenly Tao won't be able to discover your existence, and I can become stronger, even stronger. We will all become top existences. We will go to the eternal God domain and see the home of the gods. Are you willing? He lived in desire and dreams. In his opinion, Mo Xiaolang had the potential to become a person like him. When he looked at Mo Xiaolang with longing in his eyes, Mo Xiaolang's eyes glowed with fanaticism. He said, "If you don't open this space of despair, how can I devour the hellfire flame star beast for you?" The desolate emperor laughed. There's no hurry. The treasure in my stomach hasn't been completely digested yet. Look, he's screaming, he's struggling, and he's gradually dying. When his power is digested, when I absorb his bloodline, I will release you according to our agreement. Mo Xiaolang knew that the desolate emperor was cunning. In fact, how could he trust Mo Xiaolang at this moment? He was certain that Mo Xiaolang would definitely want to avenge Long Chen immediately, and the turning point was on the hellfire flame star beast. As long as Mo Xiaolang devoured the hellfire flame star beast, he would be able to pass through the nirvana tribulation more smoothly. After that, even if Mo Xiaolang had the power, he would have to digest it. It was uncertain if he could continue to live. What should I do? Promise him first. When he opens the space of despair, I will escape. When you are about to be killed by the nirvana tribulation, I will appear and devour the hellfire flame star beast. This was the plan that Mo Xiaolang came up with in a short time. However, he hoped that there was another possibility, which was that Long Chen was still alive. Don't move. Isn't it better to let me digest you obediently? The desolate emperor continued to laugh. And in his stomach, devouring divine dragons was the talent of the dragon-devouring beast bloodline. Therefore, there was a natural magical power in his stomach that could disintegrate a perfect creature like the divine dragon. Long Chen felt that he was in an illusory world. He could not see anything, and his will was gradually being worn away. In fact, he felt very comfortable, as if he was going through a happy process. This process was like a dream, a happy dream. No matter what kind of creature it was easier to die in a comfortable situation. He dreamed of peace, and his dream came true. He played with Lingxi in the mountains and rivers. Life was so happy. He seemed to have his own children, family, and so on, but Lingxi, who was beside him, seemed to be a little worried. He kept asking, "What are you thinking about? Then, Lingxi told him. If you don't wake up, you will die. What? Long Chen did not understand what he meant. He was living well. Why would he die? Tears streamed down Lingxi's face. She looked at Long Chen with a pained expression and said, Have you forgotten everything? You're a little wolf, and you've been swallowed by the desolate Grand Emperor. Your body is currently being digested, and one day, you'll die and disappear completely. What? As if struck by lightning, Long Chen suddenly woke up. At the first moment, he found that his 10,000-meter-long body was crawling with phantasmagoric beasts. They were like aphids, densely clustered around him. Chapter 1645. Phantasm Beast. It was the thing that caused Long Chen to fall into the illusion and euthanized Long Chen. It was the parasite on the dragon-swallowing beast. The fact that the dragon-swallowing beast could digest the divine dragon with its weak stomach had a lot to do with the phantasm beast. There were hundreds of thousands of phantasm beasts crawling all over Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen felt a stinging pain all over his body, and his scalp went numb. The stinging pain was due to the dragon-swallowing beast's ability to digest the divine dragon. The disgusting digestive juices had already drowned Long Chen. Chen! Lingxi, who was shouting anxiously, finally cried tears of joy when she saw that Long Chen had finally woken up. When Long Chen came in and was swarmed by the phantasm beasts, she had been desperately trying to wake Long Chen up. However, it did not work at first. Fortunately, Long Chen's willpower was also very strong, so he woke up at this time under Lingxi's call. However, the dragon-swallowing beast's terrifying digestive ability had already swept over. Long Chen's originally hard dragon scales had become weak and fragile under the digestion of the dragon-swallowing beast. If the digestive juices were to enter his flesh, he might really be destroyed. When the hundreds of thousands of phantasm beasts realized that Long Chen had woken up, they all let out shrill screams, wanting to completely confuse Long Chen. However, Long Chen had already woken up. How could he be confused again? Monstrous anger exploded in his mind. He was the ancestral dragon, and he was actually swallowed. Was there really a creature in this world that could make the ancestral dragon a joke? At that moment, Long Chen's body began to struggle intensely. He endured the excruciating pain and rolled his body. The hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts were flung away by his terrifying strength. The eruption of nirvana energy formed countless blood arrows that stabbed all the phantasmal beasts to death. At the same time, the blood arrows pierced the bodies of the dragon-swallowing beasts. The dragon-devouring beast that was trying to tempt Imo Xiaolang let out an earth-shattering cry. His entire body began to roll, and his flesh and blood trembled as he panted desperately. With the huge body of a dragon-devouring beast, his panting immediately caused the sand and dust in the entire desert to fly up. Dragon. The dragon-devouring beast was dumbfounded. It did not expect Long Chen to wake up at this moment. There was no reason for that. There were hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts in his body. Generally speaking, a young dragon did not have the primordial spirit power to resist the attacks of so many phantasmal beasts. What it did not know was that Long Chen had Lingxi's reminder and the primordial spirit of the Void Aeon Dragon. The wrath of the divine dragon erupted at this moment. As long as Long Chen moved his body gently in his body, he could make the dragon-devouring beast despair. What he longed for had finally happened. The slowly recovering Imo Xiaolang finally revealed a surprised smile. Long Chen was not dead. How could the dignified ancestral dragon be digested by a disgusting thing like the dragon-devouring beast? He would be digested, and the ancestral dragon bloodline would also make him explode. Dragon. Stop. If you move again, I'll kill the wolf cub right away. Immediately. The space of despair was still enveloping Imo Xiaolang. The Desolation Emperor still had the power to threaten him. Big brother, he wants me to help him cross the Nirvana tribulation, so he actually does not want to kill me. Mo Xiaolang said loudly. The Desolation Emperor did not expect that after telling this to Mo Xiaolang, it would become the other party's counterattack at this time. Long Chen immediately understood. He used the power of nirvana to wash away the disgusting digestive juices of the dragon-devouring beast, and then said coldly, Desolation Emperor, I think it is best that we do not make a move. You have already seen that it is easy for me to kill you now. In your body, I can immediately make your whole body explode, and you will die under the nirvana tribulation until nothing is left. You have already missed the opportunity and can no longer devour me. So, let's each take a step back. You let Xiaolang go, and I will spare you. How about it? The Desolation Emperor fell into silence. The plan to devour Long Chen did not succeed, and Mo Xiaolang would not devour the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth for him. In other words, the possibility of him passing the sixth Nirvana tribulation was very low. The Desolation Emperor had planned for so long, but he did not want to take this risk, but now, he was not willing. However, if he did not take the risk, Long Chen would not be able to digest it. He could only let him out, or else he would be killed by the other party. The enemy inside the body was definitely the most terrifying. He still did not understand how hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts could not anesthetize Long Chen. This Long Chen's primordial spirit was actually this powerful? Wasn't he a young dragon? No matter what kind of dragon it was, as long as it was a young dragon, it would not be able to resist the phantasmal beasts with primordial spirit power. In fact, the dragon-devouring beast could devour divine dragons because of two aspects. First, it had a powerful ability to digest and absorb. It could disintegrate the divine dragon's body and absorb the power of its bloodline. Second, it was the countless phantasmal beasts that were born with the birth of the dragon-devouring beast. Their numbers would increase rapidly as the dragon-devouring beast grew up. The strongest dragon-devouring beast even had hundreds of millions of phantasmal beasts in its body. That kind of dragon-devouring beast almost had the power of a divine dragon. Long Chen killing the phantasmal beasts meant that the Desolation Emperor had lost his ability to devour divine dragons. This made the Desolation Emperor want to cry. He did not expect such a situation to happen. However, the Desolation Emperor did not want to lose. Although devouring divine dragons required the power of the phantasmal beasts, the dragon-devouring beast had such a huge reputation, and it was more related to itself. When the phantasmal beasts died in large numbers, the Desolation Emperor could only take the risk. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were waiting for his decision vigilantly. The Desolation Emperor said in a helpless tone, "All right, I promise you. As long as you come out, I will remove the space of despair." Who believes you? As long as you remove the space of despair, I will come out, Long Chen said coldly. While waiting for the Desolation Emperor's decision, the Desolation Emperor suddenly said with a sinister expression, "Do you really think I will let you out? Go to hell. My dragon-devouring clan is the natural nemesis of divine dragons. Even if you are awake, do you really think I can't eat you?" Something happened again. Before the Desolation Emperor finished his last sentence, he activated the dragon-devouring mystique. If the phantasmal beasts used warm water to boil Long Chen to death, then the dragon-devouring mystique used fire to burn Long Chen dry. The reason why the Desolation Emperor relied on the phantasmal beasts instead of the dragon-devouring mystique was because the dragon-devouring mystique required more than 50% of the dragon-devouring mystique's life essence. If it succeeded, it would be a gain. If it failed, it would be a loss. At the start, the Desolation Emperor used words to confuse Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was discussing whether to remove the space of despair or to come out first, the cunning Desolation Emperor burned 50% of his life essence to use the dragon-devouring mystique. Dragon-devouring mystique, activate. Within the body of the dragon-devouring mystique, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels formed a mystique, with the stomach as the center. A gray mystique formed inside, with countless gray runes. The runes were like wild beasts, opening their bloody mouths and roaring madly on the mystique. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, bones, meridians, flesh, and blood were all burning, forming a gray flame that poured into the stomach of the dragon-devouring Mystique, which was where Long Chen was now. The stomach of the dragon-devouring Mystique was incomparably huge, occupying more than half of the physique of the dragon-devouring Mystique. On the inner wall of the stomach of the dragon-devouring Mystique, there was a rune wall similar to the one in the confinement room for 500 years. At this moment, countless gray flames emerged from the wall. These gray flames were digesting flames that were dozens of times stronger than the digestive fluid. It was also the ultimate move of the dragon-devouring Mystique. Die. Don't doubt that I will lose to you after killing the phantasmal beasts. If I, the dragon-devouring Mystique, were so easy to deal with, would we be the nightmare of the mystical dragons? The Desolation Emperor's maniacal laughter resounded. When the gray flames touched his body, Long Chen felt a pain that was 100 times stronger than before. The pain penetrated his heart. This pain came from all over his body. Long Chen could clearly feel that his ancestral dragon physique was actually smiling. After all, he was still a young dragon, and his body was not that strong. Massacre Dragon Seal. At this moment, Long Chen used all the strength in his body to cast the Massacre Dragon Seal. The Massacre Dragon Seal hit the Desolation Emperor's stomach, causing the entire stomach to tremble. The Desolation Emperor let out a violent scream and increased the output of the gray flames, pushing Long Chen away. I will use 70% of my life essence to digest you. I don't believe that you can still hold on. The Desolation Emperor laughed hysterically. The Desolation Emperor had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. 70% of his life essence was his craziest output, and most of it was used to deal with Long Chen. For Long Chen, who was now in a passive position, it was very disadvantageous. His anger and hatred were suppressed by the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor had already gone mad. I want to die here. In the terrifying burning of the gray flames, Long Chen thought of this problem. He was extremely unwilling, extremely unwilling. He still had too many things to do. If he died here, it would be too much of a pity. It would be too vexing. He was not willing. Even if it was for Xiao Lang, it was all worth it. But to be tricked by the Desolation Emperor just like that, it was not worth it. The Desolation Emperor was a dragon-devouring beast. This was a filthy race that the mystical dragons hated. Long Chen was someone who had the deepest pride in his bones. Yet, he actually had to stay in this filthy stomach. At this moment, not only was Long Chen's nascent divinity resonating, but his blood and every particle in his body were all resonating intensely. He wanted to turn the tables. Chapter 1646. Anger. Hatred. Death. Unwillingness. When his dignity was trampled on, when his bloodline was tainted by filth, Long Chen's entire body was filled with hot blood. The pride in his bloodline was ignited, and it exploded again and again, each time more intense than the last. Inside the dragon-swallowing beast's body, Long Chen was still resisting with all his might despite the gray flames burning inside it. The Desolation Emperor didn't even have the chance to talk to Mo Xiaolang as he resisted Long Chen with all his might. Compared to Long Chen, the Desolation Emperor was suffering a lot more pain and torture. As long as I digest him, I will be able to advance further. To be tens of thousands of meters long as a young dragon, this Long Chen is definitely a rare high-level divine dragon. Once I devour his bloodline, I will reach the heavens in a single step. The Desolation Emperor was immersed in the hope of a beautiful future. However, he realized that no matter how much he burned his life essence and nirvana force, Long Chen still did not die. Moreover, his resistance was becoming more and more serious. Boom! Long Chen let out a deafening roar inside the dragon-devouring beast's body. Under the effect of his dream bubble decomposition technique, the gray flame structure was destroyed one by one. They reversed their direction and crashed into the dragon-devouring beast's stomach wall. Long Chen's blood-red eyes were filled with boundless rage at this moment. How dare a mere filthy creature taint my bloodline? Blood-red fury burned on Long Chen's body. The dragon-devouring divine art was indeed terrifying. Other than Long Chen, no other young dragon would be able to resist it. But who was Long Chen? He had a double ancestral dragon body. Not only did he have the ancient blood spiritual dragon's flesh and blood, but he also had the void Aeon dragon's primordial spirit. When his anger and pride reached their peak, another thing that had been sleeping for a long time in Long Chen's primordial spirit finally awakened under the impact of Long Chen's increasingly powerful primordial spirit power. In the depths of his primordial spirit was an ancient piece of parchment. After Long Chen had transformed into a dragon, he had discovered its existence. However, he had never been able to use it. At this moment, he finally sensed the existence of the parchment. That was the inverse spirit skill. This was the only inheritance of the god-defying cult. Many of the former god-defying cult were also a powerful force. The parchment had been hidden in Long Chen's body for a long time. The word Ni with 9 strokes was like 9 Tao patterns, but it was already dead. When Long Chen's surging primordial spirit power poured into the parchment, the 9 strokes of the word Ni gradually awakened. He was absorbing the power of Long Chen's primordial spirit. Of course, this absorption wouldn't cause any harm to Long Chen. In fact, it would even cause feedback. It was just like how Long Chen's primordial spirit power had formed a strong resonance with the Ni in his spiritual will and the Ni on this parchment. Under the dual stimulation, the thing that had been sleeping for a long time finally awakened. In the depths of Long Chen's primordial spirit, the 9 strokes of the word Ni on the parchment gradually lit up and transformed into 9 Tao patterns. It was indeed an ancient Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns. If a Tao artifact had 10 Tao patterns, it would be an ancient Tao artifact that was more than 1,000,000 years old. And a Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns was basically 1,000,000 years old. It was equivalent to the time when the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were established. Lingxi's 6 Tao immortal sword was from that time. There was also the true Martial Emperor Palace's 5 elements clear sky pagoda. And now, a Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns had appeared on Long Chen's body. In theory, it should be even stronger than the Golden Demon imprisonment column. On that parchment, the 9 Tao patterns of the word Ni began to dissipate. The originally old parchment now revealed an incomparably dazzling glow. On this parchment, a picture of a star appeared. This was a vast starry sky. At this moment, countless stars in the starry sky gathered and were actually changing. When those stars successfully combined, they became 9 astral divine dragons that soared in the sea of stars. The bodies of these 9 divine dragons were completely formed by stars. The 9 astral divine dragons roared proudly to the heavens and earth, incomparably shocking. That might shook one's soul, as though it was really appearing in front of one's eyes. Like the Golden Demon imprisonment column, this was also a Tao artifact of a dragon warrior. A Tao artifact exclusive to dragon warriors. This must have been forged by a dragon warrior 1,000,000 years ago. The name of this ancient Tao artifact appeared in Long Chen's mind. Unbounded Star Dragon Picture. A Tao artifact with 9 Tao patterns. It was comparable to the 6 Tao's immortal sword and the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. Long Chen's nirvana force penetrated deep into the unbounded star dragon picture. Those 9 astral divine dragons were a type of dragons from the divine dragon era. They were known as the unbounded star dragon. When they were alive, their level was even higher than the void refinement realm demon dragons. Of course, these 9 unbounded star dragons were all incomplete ancient dragon souls. Even so, the might of these 9 unbounded star dragons still surpassed the 99 5-clawed golden dragons. And the dragon's soul in the blue dragon battle halberd that he obtained in the Myriad Kingdom's domain was less than 1/10,000th of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The soul of a divine dragon was vast and huge. After death, it was possible for it to split into millions of parts. When Long Chen's nirvana force communicated with the unbounded star dragon, he easily gained the recognition of the unbounded star dragon because of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Under the infusion of the 9 unbounded star dragons, Long Chen quickly familiarized himself with the unbounded star dragon picture's star formation and mastered the first ability of the unbounded star dragon picture: primordial spirit control. In the past, Long Chen cultivated the soul-controlling technique. However, compared to the primordial spirit control of the unbounded star dragon picture, it was like heaven and earth. The control of the unbounded star dragon picture was domineering and forceful. At this moment, Long Chen was still fighting against the dragon-devouring beast's dragon-devouring divine ability. With the void cosmic dragon's illusion, Long Chen could probably block part of the attack. However, this was not a long-term solution. If this continued, as long as the Desolation Emperor was crazy enough, he would eventually devour Long Chen. The awakening of the unbounded star dragon picture could be said to have coincidentally solved the huge problem of Long Chen. Moreover, didn't they say that even if he killed the Desolation Emperor, the space of despair could not be removed? Now, after familiarizing himself with the unbounded star dragon picture, Long Chen had a crazy plan in his mind. This plan was aimed at the Desolation Emperor, who had dominated the Desolation Emperor domain for tens of thousands of years. Flames of anger quietly grew in Long Chen's body. Still not dead? Looks like I need to burn another 10% of my life essence. The Desolation Emperor roared madly. In front of him, Mo Xiaolang had already returned to his human form. However, he was still under the Desolation Emperor's control. He watched nervously. At this time, he could not help at all. He could only silently pray for Long Chen. He saw Long Chen struggle, so there must be hope. At this critical moment, Mo Xiaolang discovered that the Desolation Emperor's huge stomach was actually flashing with starlight. Within the Desolation Emperor's body. Unbounded Star Dragon, go. At that moment, a virtual image of the Wuxia Star Dragon appeared on Long Chen's huge dragon head. 9 star divine dragons circled around his dragon head and roamed around his dragon scales. Under Long Chen's control, the unbounded star dragon picture shrunk to an incomparably small dot, turning into the sharpest of spikes. Under Long Chen's crazy swing, the spikes pierced through the Desolation Emperor's stomach wall with terrifying force and headed for his head. At that moment, the Desolation Emperor felt a heart-wrenching pain. He was in pain again, but at the same time, he was even more furious. What the hell is this? But soon, he discovered that an even greater disaster had befallen him. The starry spikes were like phantoms. They actually pierced through his body and entered his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit watched as the 9-headed divine dragons headed for him. After recognizing the appearance of the unbounded star dragon, the Desolation Emperor shrieked in fright. This is the unbounded star dragon that specializes in primordial spirit control and starry array formations. His primordial spirit hurriedly retreated, but where could it hide in his sea of consciousness? The 9 unbounded star dragons emerged from the unbounded star dragon picture and instantly wrapped around the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit. The unbounded star dragon formed a spherical array formation that completely controlled the dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit, preventing it from seeing what was happening outside. The unbounded star dragon's method of control was similar to that of phantoms. But in reality, the unbounded star dragon's starry array formation was much more stable and difficult to break. The dragon-devouring beast's primordial spirit roared in pain and struggled with all its might within the starry array formation. He tried to break free from the limitless star dragon diagram's encirclement, but as Long Chen became more and more familiar with the limitless star dragon diagram, the chances of him breaking free became smaller. Moreover, under the suppression of the limitless star dragon diagram, his consciousness and all of his consciousness were quietly changing. The master of the unbounded star dragon picture was Long Chen, and Long Chen's will was the unbounded star dragon picture's will. At this moment, Long Chen was relying on the unbounded star dragon picture to fight the dragon-devouring beast. Stop refining. The unbounded star dragon picture's command penetrated the primordial spirit of the dragon-devouring beast. No. The dragon-devouring beast let out a final struggle, but it was quickly drowned out. Outside the Desolation Emperor's body, Mo Xiaolang stared blankly at the starry dragon picture that had appeared on the Desolation Emperor's forehead. It was a vast picture of a starry world, with 9 divine dragons within. They were formed from stars and soared through the universe. Stop the dragon-devouring mystic art. The unbounded star dragon picture had completely stabilized. With the help of the unbounded star dragon picture, Long Chen's will crushed the opponent's will. At this moment, Long Chen succeeded. The gray flames that surrounded Long Chen quietly dissipated. "Let me out," Long Chen ordered again. Under his control, the Desolation Emperor's throat squirmed. Mo Xiaolang saw that the Desolation Emperor's huge body had been completely controlled by the unbounded star dragon picture. 9 divine dragons soared around his body, roaring proudly. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor opened his huge mouth. Chapter 1647. In the endless gray wilderness, the divine dragon shrouded in blood-colored clouds circled above the Desolation Emperor, looking down on the world. The majesty of the divine dragon once again descended upon the world. Below, Mo Xiaolang, who had just recovered his body, finally shed tears of excitement as he looked at the divine dragon that was nowhere to be seen. It could be said that they had finally escaped from this calamity. Mo Xiaolang naturally knew that the astral divine dragon on the Desolation Emperor's body was the key to this transformation. When Long Chen emerged from the Desolation Emperor's body, the Desolation Emperor's tumbling body finally calmed down. At this moment, Long Chen had already used the unbounded star dragon diagram to completely control the Desolation Emperor's body. The unbounded star dragon diagram covered the Desolation Emperor's Yuan spirit and fused with it, completely taking over his Yuan spirit. Long Chen could use the unbounded star dragon diagram to command the Desolation Emperor. The unbounded star dragon diagram was more powerful than the soul controlling technique. The soul controlling technique could only confuse the opponent, but the unbounded star dragon diagram could turn the Desolation Emperor into an existence similar to Long Chen's clone. As long as Long Chen willed it, the Desolation Emperor would react. Whatever Long Chen wanted to do, with just a thought, the unbounded star dragon diagram would give the order for the Desolation Grand Emperor to do it. For example, if Long Chen wanted him to remove the space of despair, it could only be used once. The space of despair could only be used once. After it exploded, it would no longer exist. Not only that, but Long Chen could also hear everything the Desolation Emperor heard, see everything the Desolation Emperor saw, and feel everything. The Desolation Emperor, who had dominated the Desolation Emperor domain for tens of thousands of years, had now become something like a clone or puppet of Long Chen. This was the power of the unbounded star dragon diagram with a total of 9 Dao patterns. At this moment, the space of despair shattered, and the traces of the unbounded star dragon diagram on the Desolation Emperor's body gradually disappeared. Long Chen transformed into his human form and landed in front of Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang stood up. At this moment, it could be said that they had walked right before the gates of hell. No matter who it was, they had almost lost their lives. Big brother, Mo Xiaolang was worried about the Desolate Emperor's retaliation. Don't worry. He won't be able to move without my orders, Long Chen said confidently. He had absolute control over the Desolation Emperor. His thoughts could easily interfere with the Desolation Emperor's mind and cause confusion. Mo Xiaolang didn't know what was going on. All he knew was that Long Chen had come back to life. This was something to be ecstatic about. Although there were still injuries on his body, he couldn't contain his excitement. It's all thanks to your help that I'm able to survive this time, big brother. Long Chen shook his head. That's not true. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have used you to threaten me. No matter what happened, after today's battle, his heart was filled with determination and hot-bloodedness. The first thing that Long Chen had to do was to bring back the statue that Yang Lingqing had turned into. Now that he was fine, the disaster had passed. Although it was extremely dangerous, it was still okay. He could still complete the mission that he had shouldered. He turned around and looked at the huge body of the Desolation Emperor. I used a Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns called the Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram to control the Desolation Emperor, turning him into an existence similar to my clone. You respect him and call him Godfather. You won't mind, right? Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, I won't. He's not worthy of my respect. Big brother, you're really amazing. You even have a Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns, and it has such a powerful function. The Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram could be said to be heaven-defying. In the future, if Long Chen didn't need the Desolation Emperor, he could take it back at any time and attack another person's body. As long as the person wasn't much stronger than Long Chen, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the Desolation Emperor hadn't used his full strength yet, so he was definitely very powerful. Before the calamity of the city Lord of the Wronged arrived, Long Chen could rely on the identity of the Desolation Emperor to control the Desolation Emperor's domain. Because of Lingxi, the Sword Spirit Emperor's domain was basically under Long Chen's control. The Desolation Emperor's clone, which the Wolf Cub and Long Chen controlled, could be said to be under his control as well. As for the true Martial Emperor Palace, there was no need to mention it. Long Chen had never thought that he would be able to grasp all 3 emperor regions in such a short time. From today onwards, he had almost become a figure on par with the 3 great emperors. The Desolation Emperor's power was also a great fighting force. Hearing about the strange ability of the Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang were both happy for Long Chen. With the Desolation Emperor in control, the entire Desolation Emperor's domain will listen to Big Brother's orders. In this way, everyone will have a greater chance of dealing with the city Lord of the Wronged. They were originally in a dead end, but now it seemed that the future was bright. Big Brother, there's one more thing. Mo Xiaolang suddenly remembered that terrible thing and said with fear. Long Chen stabilized the Unbounded Star Dragon Diagram and held the Desolation Emperor tightly in his hand. When he turned around and saw that Mo Xiaolang still looked a little worried, his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw that the sky that was shrouded in gray mist seemed to have changed a little. Mo Xiaolang said, the Desolation Emperor just said that he's about to go through the 6th Nirvana tribulation and that the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth is about to descend. If it's really as terrifying as he described, 1/10 of the Desolation Emperor's domain will be reduced to ashes. Such a terrifying Nirvana tribulation, Long Chen was previously in the illusion, so he naturally didn't know about the 9th Heaven Lightning Behemoth and the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. He quickly asked, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth? Mo Xiaolang then repeated what the Desolation Emperor had said. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, so that's how it is. This old guy is really scheming. He wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He wants to devour me and then let you help him through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. If he really succeeds, no one will be able to stop him. Fortunately, he chose this place. There should be no one within a radius of 3,000 miles. If it's in the Desolation Emperor's palace, it'll be troublesome. But after listening to Mo Xiaolang's description, Long Chen still felt the horror of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Big Brother, what should we do? Long Chen thought for a while and said, we can't avoid something like the Nirvana tribulation. Let's hide a little further to avoid being affected. When the time comes, I'll try my best to control him through the Nirvana tribulation. You should do your best and increase your strength as much as you can. Let's survive first. If he can't withstand it, then he'll just be unlucky. If he can, we'll also benefit. Although he was a little harsh on the Desolation Emperor, it was his own choice and he couldn't blame others. Mo Xiaolang originally respected him, but after this incident, the Desolation Emperor's position in his heart had plummeted. Such a person didn't need Mo Xiaolang's respect at all. The Desolation Emperor had burned most of his life essence to deal with Long Chen. At this moment, he was in a weakened state. Among the 3 of them, only Long Chen's situation was better. As for Mo Xiaolang, he was basically in a state of near death. Long Chen took him to a place 1,000 miles away. If the Hellfire Star Giant Beast was so terrifying, even 1,000 miles away would be considered as its core. However, Long Chen and the others could withstand it, and Mo Xiaolang could also devour the flames to strengthen himself and recover from his injuries. This was a good opportunity for him. When they arrived, Mo Xiaolang used his immortal essence to recover from his injuries while waiting. Facing the sixth nirvana tribulation for the first time, even Long Chen himself was a little nervous. In fact, even he himself had underestimated the power of the fifth and sixth nirvana tribulation. It seemed that for all cultivators, including himself, the nirvana tribulation was the most terrifying thing in the world. Of course, there was also the reincarnation tribulation that would appear in the future. The ninth heaven lightning beast descended, and lightning raged within a radius of 3 million miles. Nothing could live, and all living things were in misery. The hellfire star giant beast descended, and the land was red for millions of miles. Long Chen estimated that his next nirvana tribulation would be to face the ninth heaven lightning beast directly. Not only him, but even Mo Xiaolang would probably face it. Today's observation could be considered as an experience for the future. Whether it was the weather or the temperature, there were slight changes. In the desert, it began to become extremely hot. The endless fine sand began to emit hot steam, like a steamer basket. Above the sky, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the shining starlight beyond the sky. A vast starry sky appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. In the starry sky, the stars quietly rotated, but nothing had happened yet. Long Chen controlled the Desolation Emperor with the Wuxia Star Dragon diagram, but he could feel the pressure in the Desolation Emperor's heart. The Great Tribulation was coming, and the demons in his heart were descending, making him extremely anxious. Long Chen realized that in a real battle, the Desolation Emperor was not weaker than him at all. In fact, he was much stronger than him. The reason why he did not attack at the beginning was not because he wanted to devour Long Chen, but because he was about to pass the nirvana tribulation and did not want to waste any energy. But he did not expect that he would end up in trouble. The Desolation Emperor had prepared for tens of thousands of years. Now that he came out, even if he did not successfully devour Long Chen, he had a lot of confidence in passing the Hellfire Star Giant Beast's tribulation. As they waited quietly, one of the brightest stars in the starry sky suddenly burst into flames. It emitted light that illuminated the entire starry sky, making it look like a miniature sun. At this time, this small sun actually attacked the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. In the process of advancing, the small sun transformed into the Hellfire Star Giant Beast. The arranged time plan was disrupted by an accident in the afternoon. Chapter 1648. Hellfire Star Behemoth. This was a cosmic flaming star. Under the summon of the heavenly Tao, the hellfire in its heart enveloped its entire body, turning it into a behemoth that descended upon the dragon sacrificial continent just to destroy a living being. The descent of the Hellfire Star Behemoth even alarmed everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Everyone was watching this scene. At this moment, the night turned into day, and the entire sky seemed to be filled with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth roared. The sky had already been burned into a sea by the Hellfire Star Behemoth. The flaming star traversed the endless space, carrying out an endless journey towards the distant dragon sacrificial continent. The Desolation Emperor was the person that the Hellfire Star Behemoth wanted to kill. Under the control of Long Chen's boundless star dragon diagram, the Desolation Emperor was absolutely loyal to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen could also almost treat him as his own clone and control him. However, if Long Chen didn't give the order, he would still be the Desolation Emperor, with his original wisdom, combat ability, and so on. In order to deal with the Hellfire Star Behemoth, the Desolation Emperor had prepared for a long time. At this moment, apart from burning his life essence, which caused him to lose a large amount of life force, there wasn't much change in other aspects. As long as the Desolation Emperor successfully passed this nirvana tribulation, he might be able to recover that part of his life essence. After all, the Hellfire Star Behemoth was also formed by the power of nirvana, and it had the nature of rebirth. Around the Desolation Emperor, countless hot air emerged from the desert, putting his huge body in a steamer. At this moment, there was already a burst of flames in the gray desert. In the sky, the loud roar was getting closer and closer. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the fiery star in the sky that was getting closer and closer to them in horror. 99% of the people didn't know what it was, and only 1% of the people might have heard some legends about it. True Martial Emperor Palace, Martial God Palace, 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. When Emperor Junwu, who was hiding in the Dao weapon, heard the sound of the flames, he had no choice but to shrink his body even tighter. The sound of the burning flames was simply his nightmare. In order to avoid this nightmare, he had spent tens of thousands of years in this lonely 5-element clear sky pagoda. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 3 regions and the 9 boundaries, countless experts were experiencing this nightmare of their lives. Immortality was just a dream. All living beings would be completely annihilated on the path of pursuing eternal life. No one would be able to survive, unless they were able to pass through the 18 Great Tribulations. And to the current dragon sacrificial continent, gods were merely a legend. No matter how heaven-defying the dragon martial artist was, their Nirvana doom was even more terrifying. In front of the Nirvana doom, most of the dragon warriors would die even faster. For example, the dragon warriors had astonishing talent, but the first stage of the Nirvana doom was equivalent to the 4th stage of the Nirvana doom. Didn't that mean that when he passed through the 7th stage of the Nirvana doom, he would be equivalent to the power of the Samsara doom? In any case, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth was getting closer and closer. Long Chen's entire body was surrounded by flames. He felt an unprecedented scorching heat. The entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent seemed to be shaking. When he raised his head, the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth, which looked like a huge star with a diameter of 1 meter, had evolved into a flaming beast. It let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards the northwest of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent's desolate emperor domain. Buzz! When the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth arrived above the dragon sacrificial continent, with the desolate emperor as the center, flames appeared out of thin air in a radius of 5 million miles. A large amount of flames soared into the sky, covering almost 1/20th of the desolate emperor domain. Of course, this was the most sparsely populated 1/20th. There were almost no demons. And this was before the arrival of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Long Chen was stunned. He could only use the Nirvana force to protect himself, and at the same time, remind Mo Xiaolang to act according to his capabilities. As for the desolate emperor, Long Chen could only order him to do his best to pass the Nirvana doom. Anyway, this guy probably had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he died, he deserved it. Long Chen could summon the boundless star dragon diagram back before he died. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were burning as he looked at the sky, at the flames that were rushing from the depths of the starry sky. Long Chen said, "This is the desolate emperor's Nirvana doom. You must remember not to devour too much and attract the attention of the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. Otherwise, it may come for you." Mo Xiaolang nodded. And at that moment, the world shook. The Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth let out the most terrifying roar, and the entire sky was shrouded in raging flames. What Long Chen could see was that the star behemoth had expanded to the extent that it was enough to block his vision of the entire sky. This was a super behemoth shrouded in flames, and its body was composed of rocks and stars. It had not arrived yet, but Long Chen found that his body already had a terrible burning pain. He quickly pushed it away again and left the core area. And Mo Xiaolang still stayed in this place. Flames were just food for him. He could even devour the 9 nether demon ancestral fire, let alone this Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. When Long Chen left again, divine fire descended from the sky. 1/10 of the desolate Emperor region was completely submerged by the raging flames. The sea of flames rose to a height of almost 3,000 meters. The scorching aura spread towards the surroundings. The temperature of the entire desolate Emperor region rose to a terrifying level, and countless things were directly melted. This was the power of the world's calamity. For the first time, Longchen easily passed the Nirvana tribulation, but the power of this hellfire flame star behemoth moved him even more. Relying on the boundless star dragon diagram, he could easily see the calamity that the desolate emperor encountered at this time. The entire world was a sea of flames. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at this time, the hellfire flame star behemoth crashed into the dragon sacrificial continent. It was impossible to describe the shock this time with words. Anyway, Longchen was shaken into the sky in the first instance. This 1/10 of the desolate emperor region's land directly collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and all the liquids evaporated in an instant. This 1/10 of the land began to experience the most intense earthquake. For a moment, even Longchen's ears were ringing, and he could not hear anything clearly. He felt that the land under his feet was collapsing. If he had guessed correctly, that hellfire flame star behemoth had almost smashed through the dragon sacrificial continent. This 1/10 of the desolate emperor region could be considered to have been completely destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Even a large number of land plates broke down and entered the shattered star sea. Almost everything was swept up by the terrifying flames and turned into flying ashes. This was the true power of heaven and earth. This was an ordinary sixth nirvana tribulation. The heavenly Tao really did not want any warrior to survive. It was no wonder that the three great emperors would use this method to avoid the calamity of the hellfire star behemoth and endure tens of thousands of years of loneliness. The desolation great emperor was even more terrifying as he locked himself in the isolation room for 100,000 years. Why did Yi Futu seek refuge with the city lord of the wronged? The greatest benefit was eternal life. Under the transformation of the city lord of the wronged, he could completely escape the nirvana tribulation. Even if he became neither human nor ghost, he did not retreat. It could be seen that eternal life was a huge attraction to everyone. At this moment, the desolate emperor could be said to have used all his skills to deal with this hellfire flame star behemoth. Countless flaming star particles swarmed towards him. The surrounding flames burned his body into a fiery red color, and some parts even began to rot. However, the desolate emperor still had a very strong recovery ability, and his flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. The desolate emperor was a dragon-devouring beast, and he was most proficient in the Tao of concealment and the Tao of illusion. This could make the hellfire flame star behemoth lose its target for a short period of time, and the desolate emperor used the method of evading to fight it to the death. Of course, it was not that the desolate emperor did not have any offensive methods, but it was not a wise method to attack the heavenly tribulation. The fragments of the stars that carried the hellfire kept rushing towards him. Any one of them was enough to pierce through the desolation emperor's body. Not many people could survive such a ferocious attack. This was just the beginning. In a distant place, looking at the flames in front of him, Longchen suddenly heard a long wolf howl. He knew that Imo Xiaolang had begun to move. I hope that Xiaolang can succeed. Another disaster. Lingxi leaned against Longchen, but her nervousness did not dissipate. The desolate emperor might not be able to stop it. The power of the hellfire flame star behemoth exceeded Longchen's imagination. This was just the opening scene, but it had already caused the desolate emperor to cover his head and flee like a rat. He had almost exhausted all his means. He had devoured 5 divine dragons and possessed the offensive mystiques of 5 divine dragons. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, he was proficient in all of them, but the hellfire flame star behemoth still broke through one by one. Just those fiery stars alone were enough to kill the desolation monarch. But at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded. In front of the desolate emperor's huge body, a super beast that was 20,000 meters tall, completely composed of star fragments and blazing hellfire finally appeared. These star fragments were the core of the flame star, and the toughness of the material was extremely rare in the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds. The shocking hellfire burned in the gaps between the star fragments, releasing a large number of sparks. This was the hellfire flame star behemoth. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar. This was the true heavenly tribulation, and at this moment, it pounced towards the desolate emperor. The sky changed color. The desolate emperor cried out in pain. He had completely lost the courage to face the hellfire flame star behemoth, and he used the Tao of concealment and Tao of illusion to escape. But against the destructive power of the hellfire flame star behemoth, such escape was useless. Chapter 1649. Updating and editing. I persisted for almost half a month. 5 chapters of 15,000 words were updated every day, and 20 chapters were updated in one day. So far this month, I have reached my limit. For the sake of a promise, I have worked so hard until today. My mind and body are injured. Today, both my body and brain can't keep up. I decided to get a haircut 10 days ago. I have been busy until today and haven't had a haircut. I have become a hairy monster. I feel lonely. When I write, it seems that no one can see my specific situation. Writing is a long-term job. Now I am extremely tired. I want to go to bed and sleep for a few days. More than 10 hours of high-intensity work every day, especially when it comes to writing, can't be done with just hard work. I also need a clear mind. The weather is cold. My fingers are cold. The rule of breaking the December chapters has been in effect for more than 10 days. It is not in line with my original expectations. I won't talk about the specific situation. I will rest for a few days. Starting tomorrow, I will update 3 times a day with 10,000 words. It will still exceed the daily updates of other authors. When I recover, I will continue to implement the rule of breaking the chapters. Flowers and likes were just a representation of everyone's sincerity. Only VIPs and authors would receive actual income. Therefore, during the few days when there were no explosive updates, he hoped that everyone would continue to support him with flowers and likes. If these things could only be exchanged for explosive updates, it would indeed not be a wonderful thing. It is difficult to produce anything good. After working so hard for half a month, my mental strength has decreased a lot. No matter how hard I try to write, it will not be good. Therefore, I decided to let myself relax and adjust my state. Then, I will fight again. I will still say the same thing. I will have what I should have. I will never cheat others. This is also considered being serious about yourself. I hope that the younger readers will not complain about this and respect each other. Being number 1 on the weekly hits was created by everyone. I can't get anything, but I won't get carried away. This is just an honor. It is not everything to me. I am not slacking off. I just want to recover to a better state. Tomorrow is the CT4 and CT6 exam. Maybe someone will go with me. I have the exam in the morning. Therefore, tomorrow's 3 chapters will probably only be published at night. Writing is really tiring. If not for my responsibility and hobbies, would not have been able to persist until now. When I wrote Xian Di, I once abandoned all the readers, my responsibility, and my promise. I did not update for half a year. I only finished it in a hurry in my 2nd year. I started the journey of dragon blood and changed my ways. I hope everyone can understand. I have rested and adjusted. I have some space to think about the plot and fix some typographical mistakes. Dragon blood will be higher, fiercer, and more invincible than now. I broke the record of no Xuanhuan novel being number 1 on the weekly hits for several years. Nothing. Chapter 1650. The flames produced by the Hellfire Star Behemoth were hellfire. Compared to the Thunderfire Emperor's dragon fire that Mo Xiaolang had swallowed, hellfire was produced from within a star. Its full name was Hellfire Astral, and it was even more terrifying. At this moment, the amount of hellfire brought by the Hellfire Astral Behemoth was terrifying. While Mo Xiaolang was frantically devouring the Hellfire Astral Behemoth to recover from his injuries and enhance his strength, Long Chen could clearly feel the Desolation Emperor's experience and feelings through the boundless star dragon diagram. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor was desperately dodging the Hellfire Astral Behemoth's attacks and at the same time, wearing down its strength. The destructive power of the Hellfire Astral Behemoth was rare in the world. Long Chen estimated that even he would be swallowed by it in a few moves. The Desolation Great Emperor had prepared a lot of treasures for this tribulation. So far, Long Chen could only watch as the Desolation Great Emperor used 2 Dao artifacts with 8 Dao patterns. However, both of them were torn apart by the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth. To be honest, Long Chen still hoped that the Desolation Emperor would be able to survive this tribulation. The Desolation Emperor's strength was now a part of his own. As long as the Desolation Emperor's strength was strong, he would be able to deal with the City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen was secretly shocked. If the Desolation Emperor had only wanted to fight him from the start, he would have been killed even if he had the body of a divine dragon. The power of an emperor was indeed not to be underestimated. It was pure luck that he was able to survive today. Xiao Lang is gradually approaching the center. Long Chen felt it. At this moment, 1/10 of the Desolation Emperor's domain was shrouded in a sea of fire. Countless experts were watching the situation. The surging sea of fire formed a terrifying natural disaster. This moment would be forever remembered in history. The flames were like demons, engulfing other places. The demonic beasts that were closest to this area fled in panic. The desolate Emperor Palace sent a large number of cultivators over to restore order. The 6 demonic emperors knew the Desolation Emperor rather well. They knew that the one resisting the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth was definitely the Desolation Emperor. Long Chen could only wait silently. The might of the Nirvana tribulation was endless. Unless the Desolation Great Emperor killed the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth, this Nirvana tribulation would last for the rest of his life. In order to digest me, this old ghost has consumed over 70% of his life essence. This kind of loss is extremely harmful to him. Although he has made thorough preparations, it is obvious that he will not be able to overcome this Nirvana tribulation this time. Up until now, the Desolation Emperor had only managed to whittle away 1/3 of his opponent's power. This third wasn't absorbed by the Desolation Emperor at all because he was fleeing in a hurry. How could he have the time to absorb it? The remaining power was basically lost between heaven and earth, integrated into the endless Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth, and was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. After absorbing a large amount of Nirvana power, Mo Xiaolang became stronger again. As for the Desolation Emperor, he had reached the juncture of despair and death. He held on with all his might, but he could only hold on for a day at most. After a day, if the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth had not been destroyed, he would not be far from death. In the painful struggle, the Desolation Emperor's body was destroyed countless times. However, he relied on his tyrannical regenerative ability to struggle on his deathbed, using all the means he had in his life to fight back. The pitiful state of the Desolate Emperor gave Long Chen a lot of inspiration. Previously, he did not pay much attention to the Nirvana tribulation. But now that he saw how terrifying the Nirvana tribulation was, he felt a little more respect. Thinking about it, the one blocking his way was not his enemy, but the fatal Nirvana tribulation. It has been 2 days and 2 nights. Xiao Lang's injuries have completely recovered. The Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth has given him more room for improvement. If this continues, he will be 1 step ahead of me to face the 9th Heaven Lightning Behemoth. In the world, only Mo Xiaolang, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, could be compared to Long Chen. At this moment, the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth only had 1/3 of its power left. The Desolation Emperor had consumed 2/3 of his power through the fierce battle. 1/3 of it had dissipated, and the other 1/3 had become the power of Nirvana rebirth, which was absorbed by the Desolation Emperor to restore his body. If he could hold on for another day, the Desolation Emperor would definitely succeed. But at this moment, he was covered in wounds and had no more room to fight. His battered body fell to the ground. The Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth pounced over and pressed its sharp palms against the Desolation Emperor's body. Its sharp claws, which were filled with hellfire flaming star behemoth, pierced into the Desolation Emperor's flesh. But the Desolation Emperor no longer had the strength to resist. Although his body had accumulated a large amount of Nirvana rebirth force, he was on the verge of death. He could not even open his eyes. From the limitless star dragon diagram, Long Chen could feel the despair in the heart of this guy who was on the verge of death, and his deep terror towards the Nirvana tribulation. No wonder he would rather lock himself up in the confinement room for 100,000 years than come out to resist the Nirvana tribulation. What a pity. If I could get through it, perhaps I could become a great force against the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen could only sigh. Mo Xiaolang was still frantically devouring the hellfire flaming star behemoth. At this moment, the hellfire flaming star behemoth was about to bite the Desolation Emperor's body, but he suddenly became alert. A pair of eyes shrouded in flames looked in the direction of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen was startled, and his expression immediately changed. Xiao Lang, run! Obviously, the hellfire flaming star behemoth had discovered Mo Xiaolang's existence. When the Desolation Emperor was defeated and the scene quieted down, Mo Xiaolang, who was still far away, was discovered. The hellfire flaming star behemoth carried out the power of the heavenly Tao. Someone actually dared to stop it. Although it was a sneaky devouring of flames, it still made the hellfire flaming star behemoth extremely angry. It let out an earth-shattering roar. With 4 limbs on the ground, its body was engulfed in flames as it roared and rushed in the direction of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. For a moment, the earth shook. The appearance of the hellfire flaming star behemoth was somewhat similar to that of a wolf, but it was more ferocious. Mo Xiaolang had already heard Long Chen's warning. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the hellfire flaming star behemoth, which was twice the size of Mo Xiaolang, had already rushed in front of him, staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. The two beasts stared at each other. I can't run. Mo Xiaolang knew that he definitely couldn't outrun the opponent. If he showed his back to the opponent, he would definitely be mercilessly killed. Unfortunately, his body was exposed now. The only thing he could do was to confront the hellfire flaming star behemoth. In order to devour the hell starfire, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into his beast form. Since the opponent had already discovered him, he was bold in his peak state. He opened the vortex in his mouth directly in front of the hellfire flaming star behemoth and swallowed a large amount of the surrounding hell starfire. In a short moment, the sea of fire that could be seen was completely devoured by the pitch-black sun-devouring demonic wolf. The pitch-black fur was also burning with the hell starfire at this moment. The two demonic wolves confronted each other back and forth. When they saw that Mo Xiaolang was still devouring the flames, the hellfire flaming star behemoth was enraged. It flashed its sharp claws and attacked Mo Xiaolang. Just like that, the two giant wolves fought each other, 10,000 flames burning God. At this moment, tens of thousands of flames were burning on his body. Although they weren't as good as the hell starfire, the advantage was that when all the flames of different powers were gathered together, they could exert power that was calculated in multiples. Long Chen was extremely nervous and hurriedly approached this side. Although the sun-devouring demonic wolf was born to be the enemy of flames, the hellfire flaming star behemoth was too terrifying. When Long Chen approached, he found that Mo Xiaolang was fighting fiercely with this behemoth. Although his nirvana power was far inferior to the other party, Mo Xiaolang's immunity to flames made him almost invincible. This was an even more exciting battle. The two wolf-shaped behemoths roared again and again in this sea of flames, tearing and biting each other. Mo Xiaolang knew how to fight better, while the hellfire flaming star behemoth's power was declining. Long Chen was originally worried, but now it was an eye-opener. If it was the 9th heaven lightning behemoth, Mo Xiaolang might not be able to fight much. However, since the other party was a flame, it was different. The vast hell starfire condensed into a fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. It was spat out by the hellfire flaming star behemoth and smashed towards Mo Xiaolang. However, it was completely devoured by Mo Xiaolang's moon-devouring mystic power. Devouring moon. When it was swallowed, it turned into a black full moon. When the black moon came out of Mo Xiaolang's mouth, the surrounding flames surged into the black moon. You come in too. The sun-devouring demonic wolf roared as the devouring moon smashed into the hellfire flaming star behemoth. The hellfire flaming star behemoth let out a painful roar as its body was almost smashed into pieces. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the hell starfire on its body was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. The hellfire flaming star behemoth's body became smaller and smaller. Finally, it let out an indignant roar as its entire body was devoured by the devouring moon. The devouring moon expanded several times and the hell starfire burned. It soared into the sky and reached thousands of meters. At this moment, the sun-devouring demon wolf leaped into the sky, and like a heavenly dog devouring the moon, it bit down on the moon and swallowed it into its stomach. The hellfire flaming star behemoth dispersed. The sea of flames that enveloped the entire desolate Emperor district suddenly dispersed and everything returned to normal. Only the god wolf, who was bathed in flames, and Long Chen, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, were left. He was working hard on writing. He wasn't sure about the time, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to write 3 chapters of 10,000 words today. Chapter 1651. To be honest, Long Chen had underestimated the sun-devouring fiend wolf's resistance to fire. Only today did Long Chen truly understand that the sun-devouring fiend wolf was also a monster. As long as it was a fire-type attack, it would not fear it at all. It was the king of fire. He was the supreme king. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was undergoing a huge transformation while bathing in a huge ball of hell starfire. Long Chen could feel that his nirvana power was rapidly expanding and would soon reach the same level as Long Chen. When Long Chen had just passed the nirvana tribulation in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, both of their nirvana power were similar. Later on, Long Chen helped Lingxi activate the pure goddess blood, causing his nirvana power to skyrocket. Today, after Mo Xiaolang devoured some hell starfire, his nirvana power had skyrocketed. Long Chen originally thought that after devouring so much nirvana power, he should have surpassed Long Chen and reached the standard of summoning the 9th heaven lightning behemoth. But in reality, he didn't. When Mo Xiaolang's power rose to the same level as Long Chen, it completely stopped. In his body, there was still a large amount of nirvana power from the hellfire flaming star beast. On the other side, the Desolation Emperor had returned to his human form and was undergoing a transformation in the nirvana power. The Desolation Emperor, who was already very strong, was getting stronger and stronger. He was different from Mo Xiaolang. Although he had only absorbed 1/3 of the nirvana power, he could digest it all. The large amount of nirvana power had transformed his body again and again, making him stronger and more stable. His primordial spirit was also more powerful. Even the unbounded star dragon diagram was about to be broken. Fortunately, Long Chen had restrained him previously. If he had used the unbounded star dragon diagram on him now, he might not have succeeded. The Desolation Emperor couldn't be considered to have truly passed the 6th nirvana tribulation. The power he obtained didn't reach the standard of the 6th nirvana tribulation realm, but even so, he was still stronger than most people. At this moment, the Desolation Emperor was the undisputed number 1 expert in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and Long Chen had him under his control. While the Desolation Emperor was still absorbing the energy, the wolf cub woke up. He turned into his human form and stood in front of Long Chen, not as dazzling as before. Even so, Long Chen could still feel his strength. Moreover, there was still a ball of fire accumulating in his body. Mo Xiaolang looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "The power of the giant hellfire star beast is too strong. Although it's only 1/3, I still can't digest it. But I've tamed it. At least before I devour it, it will be a good helper for me." As he spoke, Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth. On his tongue, a miniature giant hellfire star beast lay there. Although it looked incomparably small, it had a shocking power. With just a thought from Mo Xiaolang, this giant hellfire star beast could become a destructive disaster. Good. Very good, I have one more trump card to deal with the city lord of the wronged. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen both controlled a super strong power, similar to doppelgangers. Long Chen controlled the Desolation Emperor, who was a dragon-devouring beast, while Mo Xiaolang controlled the Nirvana Tribulation. Speaking of which, Mo Xiaolang was the most inconceivable. As expected of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he could even tame a Nirvana Tribulation. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do this. 1/10 of the Desolation Emperor's domain was in a mess. Everything was destroyed. Looking at the Desolation Emperor, Mo Xiaolang had a complicated expression. This guy has bad intentions and plotted against us. We can use his strength to save the world. If one day the city lord of the wronged is safe, I'll let him go. What do you think? Long Chen said calmly. That's for the best. After all, he helped me before. Mo Xiaolang nodded seriously. It was decided just like that. About 2 hours later, the Desolation Emperor had completely absorbed the power of the Nirvana Tribulation. His combat power had reached a level that Long Chen couldn't measure. Compared to when he had consumed 70% of his life essence to devour Long Chen, the Desolation Emperor now looked much stronger. This was Long Chen's most important trump card. Under the control of the boundless star dragon diagram, it was like his doppelganger. Unless it was a critical moment, Long Chen wouldn't come out easily. Before something big happens, let him be the Desolation Emperor and guard the Desolation Emperor's domain. At this time, the Desolation Emperor had returned to his normal state. However, his appearance was too sloppy. Long Chen made him tidy himself for a long time before he finally returned to the appearance of a great emperor. Lingxi also came out of the Divine Kingdom. The crisis this time had actually passed just like that. The three of them felt like they could see the light of day again. Let's go back to the Desolation Emperor's palace first. Along the way, the closest cosmic transfer array had long been destroyed. They found a cosmic transfer array outside the destroyed area and left the northwest of the Desolation Emperor's domain. After about a day or two, the Desolation Emperor brought Long Chen and the others back to the Desolation Emperor's palace. At this time, countless disciples of the Desolation Emperor's palace were already there to welcome them. The 6 demonic emperors were so excited that they cried. Their emperor had finally realized his wish. He had survived the Nirvana Tribulation. Seeing the Desolation Emperor alive for the first time, all the upper echelons of the Desolation Emperor's palace had tears in their eyes. They all knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your subordinates greet the Emperor's palace." The cheers were like a tidal wave. What they didn't know was that Long Chen, who stood behind the Desolation Emperor, was the true ruler. Facing such a grand scene, Long Chen commanded the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor's majesty shook the heavens and earth. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Rise, all of you. Today, I have passed the Nirvana Tribulation. The entire Emperor's palace will celebrate. Also, the 6 demonic emperors will follow me into the Beast God Hall." Long Chen really couldn't stand such a grand scene. Under the fervent gazes of millions of people, Long Chen followed the Desolation Emperor into the Beast God Hall. The 6 demonic emperors were a little confused about Long Chen and the others, but they didn't dare to ask. After all, this was the Emperor's business, and it wasn't their place to interfere. The Desolation Monarch sat on the highest seat and swept the bronze mirror away. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "The 3 of you contributed a lot to me being able to pass the Nirvana Tribulation today. Among them, Little Wolf is my godson, so there's no need to mention it. The true Martial Emperor Palace's Sacred Martial Emperor Lord and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lady Lingxi, the future Sword Spirit Emperor, are able to help me through this calamity. I'm very grateful. I made a bet with Long Chen. If he can bring Mo Xiaolang out, I'll promise him that I won't restrict Mo Xiaolang anymore." At the same time, the entire Desolate Emperor region will assist the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The 3 regions and 9 worlds will work together to face the City Lord of the Wronged. As the 6 leaders of the Desolation Emperor domain, the 6 demonic emperors should shoulder this responsibility. In the future, the 6 of you will be the main force to deal with the City Lord of the Wronged. Although you have some grudges with Long Chen before the calamity, you must write them off. Do you understand? The 6 demonic emperors hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your subordinate, Kuanpeng, is willing to contribute his strength to the calamity of all living beings. Your subordinate, Moon Swallower, is also willing. Although they were a little confused, they had to follow the Emperor's order immediately. In fact, they had thought that the Desolation Emperor was plotting against Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Could it be that they were all wrong? They were all helping the Desolation Emperor through the Nirvana tribulation. The result seemed to be a happy ending for everyone. Since that was the case, they didn't say anything more. The Desolation Emperor's return to the world was a grand occasion for the entire Desolation Emperor domain. From today onwards, the Desolation Emperor Palace's status in the 3 realms and 9 realms would be unparalleled. The Desolation Emperor was the strongest expert in the world. Such a great event was enough to make the 6 demonic emperors forget everything else. Long Chen used the Desolation Emperor's mouth to say a lot of words of gratitude to the 3 of them, proving the good relationship between them and the 6 demonic emperors. Then Long Chen said, "Emperor, we have been away from the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for a long time. I don't know what the situation is over there, so we have to hurry back. Also, Xiao Lang is willing to go with me. What do you think, Emperor?" The Desolation Emperor laughed. Of course. The 6 demonic emperors couldn't believe his generosity. The 6 demonic emperors respectfully bid farewell to the Sacred Martial Emperor and the future Sword Spirit Emperor, the Desolation Emperor said. Although they were still a little confused, the 6 demonic emperors did their best to send Long Chen and the others out of the Desolation Emperor Palace. Long Chen and the other 2 took the teleportation array and came out of the Desolation Emperor domain. They then crossed the Shattered Star Sea and prepared to return to the True Martial Emperor Palace. They had been delayed for almost half a month. They didn't know if the City Lord of the Wronged had made any other moves. What he had said in the Eastern Royal Domain made Long Chen's hair stand on end. They were about to reach the True Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen was anxious. It was at this moment that the Jade Talisman kitten had left him in the God Nation vibrated. Kitten. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and held the Jade Talisman in his hand. He examined it carefully and found that the Jade Talisman was indeed vibrating. Big brother, what's wrong? Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi looked over curiously. There might be news from Kitten. Long Chen said and waited for the Jade Talisman to move. At this moment, the light in the Jade Talisman changed and Kitten's chubby face appeared. Long Chen didn't want to tease him because he saw Kitten's anxious and serious face. Big brother. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. I noticed it a little too late. There are traitors in the 9 realms. It's those bastards from the ancient Yuan spirit world. They saw me announce the news of the Eastern Royal Domain in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace and told the City Lord of the Wronged about my existence. What? Long Chen and the other 2 were stunned. Kitten said, right now, the Realm Lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world is heading to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with the experts of the ancient world and the 10 great ghost kings. They are going to use the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to create 8 super strong ghost kings that even a late-stage Nirvana tribulation cultivator can't fight against. There was another one at night. Chapter 1652. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The City Lord of the Wronged had once said that he would kill everyone close to Longchen one by one. This time, his target was actually the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The 3's expressions changed drastically when they heard the news from Kitten. Lingxi, in particular, exclaimed in shock, her face pale. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit world have surrendered to the city lord of the wronged, just like Yifutu. Long Chen clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. He couldn't tolerate such people the most. Back at the Sword God Palace, he had also noticed that the realm lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world was a little strange, but he would never have suspected that they had surrendered to the city lord of the wronged. The three's eyes were filled with anger. This is bad. My father and the others don't know that they are traitors. That world lord of the ancient Yuan spirit realm is extremely cunning and his strength is roughly the same as my father's. In addition to the 10 great ghost kings, they have already surpassed my sword spirit emperor palace. If they were to play tricks and sneak attack the 4 great sword sovereigns, wouldn't that be terrible? Ling Shi spoke with worry in her heart. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Kitten said solemnly, "That's right, the city lord of the wronged is very ambitious. He plans to use the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace as another base of operations and use the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to cultivate the super strong 10 great ghost kings. They have brought the 8 demon tree seeds and plan to turn the entire Sword Spirit Emperor domain into a living hell. With the ancient Yuan spirit world opening the way for them, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will be defenseless. I advise you to hurry up. If you are late, it will be a nightmare for the common people." This matter was intolerable even for the usually frivolous Li Tianlan. The city lord of the wronged had always been playing around, but this time, it was finally a big one. His first ambition was not the true martial emperor palace, but the sword spirit emperor palace without an emperor lord. Only the sword spirit emperor palace could become a huge base of operations. If he really succeeded, 1/3 of the living beings in the 3 emperor domains would probably die. What a disaster and tragedy that would be. This old ghost's cruelty really made people's hair stand on end. "Big brother, let's hurry up," Mo Xiaolang said with a sullen expression. Chen. Lingxi was even more nervous. After all, her parents, everyone she knew, and her hometown were all there. If that place really became like the 16 prefectures of the Eastern Royal region, no matter how capable Lingxi was, she would not be able to save everyone. Moreover, this was probably the revenge of the city lord of the wronged against Lingxi. Last time, the ghost of the 16 prefectures was resurrected by Lingxi. They should be arriving at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace soon. I advise you to hurry, Kitten said. Long Chen was about to hurry when he suddenly remembered what Kitten had said at the beginning. He asked, "Kitten, you just said that because of the ancient Yuan spirit realm's informant, your tracks have been discovered by the city lord of the wronged, right?" This was what Kitten had said at the beginning, but because of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the 3 had temporarily forgotten about it. "I'm fine. That old ghost can't find me," Kitten said proudly. Long Chen was relieved. Just as he was waiting for Kitten to disappear, a huge change happened. The scene on the Jade Talisman changed rapidly. Miserable cries could be heard, as well as Kitten's curses. With a clang, the Jade Talisman fell to the ground. "Kitten!" Long Chen did not know what was happening. He shouted loudly. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. But Kitten was far away in the eternal hell and could not see what was happening at all. At this time, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared from the Jade Talisman. Long Chen was naturally very familiar with this face. It was the face of the beautiful blue-haired girl in his Divine Kingdom's crystal ice coffin. Her skin was as fair as snow, her long blue eyelashes, her exquisite nose, and her long blue hair were as blue as water. Everything was so beautiful. The only flaw was that this beautiful blue-haired girl was missing one of her eyes. In Long Chen's mind, he recalled the moment when he pierced the other party's eye with the Lingxi sword in the Shadow Devil realm. Thinking about this face that was the same as the heart, the identity of the person in front of him was obvious. He was the nightmare that Long Chen wanted to get rid of even in his dreams, the city lord of the wronged. He appeared next to Kitten and took away Kitten's Jade Talisman. It was obvious what condition Kitten was in. At that moment, Long Chen's heart tightened. His eyes were bloodshot. "Good child, it's you again." The beautiful girl with only one blue eye spoke to Long Chen in a withered male voice. This was the original voice of the city lord of the wronged. They had not seen each other for more than a year, and the biggest change was in his appearance. He was probably almost reborn. Whether the city lord of the wronged was a man or a woman, Long Chen was really confused. But none of this was important. What was important was that in that moment, Kitten had fallen into the other party's hands. Such a change made Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang panic. Long Chen took a deep breath and asked sternly, "What did you do to Kitten?" The city master of the wronged smiled. She was extremely beautiful and charming, possessing an endless charm. Unfortunately, her eyes were empty, filled with gray fog. This smile was incomparably horrifying, especially that withered old man's voice. It could only be heard from the old man's body. "Kitten? Is it this little thing that has ruined my plans time and time again? If he is your good friend, I will naturally not hurt him. Long Chen, you have not come to my eternal hell for a long time. I think I am missing you. Come quickly. If that girl makes you unable to make up your mind to come immediately, then this time, I will give you 10 days. In 10 days, if you are not here by then, I will let this little guy become a ghost king. How about that? I will let him be like my subordinates. He can only eat the flesh and blood of his own kind, but he will obtain eternal life. What a wonderful thing." Long Chen almost suffocated. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were bloodshot. This prisoner from the deity realm, no matter what, had always suppressed Long Chen. Long Chen did not believe that he did not hate him. He had taken away his battle Dao seal, his god-slaying sword, and even destroyed one of his eyes. More importantly, Long Chen still had his most important heart. He definitely wanted to kill him. This time, he had threatened him to go to the eternal hell for the heart. The city lord of the wronged could not wait any longer. Yang Lingxing's statue would take at least half a year to arrive, but the city lord of the wronged did not have the patience to wait for Long Chen for half a year. Just then, he caught hold of Kitten. "Remember, I'll only give you 10 days. I have 2 pieces of information on you. One is that you're a girl in the divine kingdom, and the other is this little thing. If you don't arrive in 10 days, I'll have another ghost king. But I still have information on you, so I'll really do it." Hee hee. The beautiful girl in blue let out a horrifying laugh in the jade talisman. "Let me see Kitten." Long Chen was not sure if Kitten had really fallen into his hands. The city lord of the wronged snorted coldly. Then, Kitten's unconscious face appeared in the jade talisman. Perhaps he had been communicating with Long Chen all this time. He did not expect the city lord of the wronged to suddenly arrive. He did not even have time to enter the void dragon talisman before he was subdued. Although Kitten was a reincarnated divine beast, he had lost too much. Now, he was basically starting from zero. When a tiger falls to the plains, he would be bullied by a dog. How is it? Do you believe me now? Remember, 10 days. The city lord of the wrong's voice became harsh. He already had 2 pieces of information on Long Chen. In any case, Long Chen would go to the eternal hell one day. Both pieces of information were fatal to Long Chen. The city lord of the wrong didn't care that he could destroy Kitten at any time, but Long Chen had no choice but to care. He had not expected to encounter such a major incident right after coming out of the desolate Emperor region. The image on the jade talisman disappeared amidst the city lord of the wrong's eerie laughter, leaving behind 3 young men with faces full of hatred and anxiety. There were 2 major events in front of them, both of which were extremely important to them. Even a small decision would be of great importance. Although Mo Xiaolang often quarreled with Kitten, their relationship was actually very good. Although the Sword Spirit Emperor region was important, he could not give up on the matter of Kitten just like that. Is the moment of the decisive battle here? Big brother, what should we do? Do we have to deal with both sides? Should we split up? How about this? I will go to the eternal hell to save Kitten, and because you have the heart of the city lord of the wronged, you must not fall into the trap. So, you will accompany Sister Lingxi to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaolang said through gritted teeth. He was not afraid of death in the face of such an expert. Kitten was Long Chen's brother, and also his own brother. He had risked his life to go to the eternal hell for Long Chen. Because the realm lord of the ancient Yuan spirit domain had been discovered, his life was in danger, and he only had 10 days. No. Long Chen flatly refused. He tried his best to calm himself down and not let the city lord of the wronged affect his ability to think. The city lord of the wronged was indeed very terrifying, but if he was frightened, he would achieve nothing. At this moment, Long Chen looked at Lingxi and said, "How about this, little she? I have a very important task for you this time. Immediately return to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to help them. I will let the Desolation Emperor take the 6 demonic emperors to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace immediately. With the power of the Desolation Emperor, as long as you hold on until he arrives, the crisis of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will be resolved immediately. Xiao Lang and I will immediately go to the Eternal Hell, and we can look after each other. Kitten is an inseparable part of our group, and he is in trouble this time because of us. Therefore, I have no other choice but to fight. The crisis has already happened, and there is no use in avoiding it. I can only resolve it, from 12 p.m. until now, 3 chapters completed. Chapter 1653. Ever since Long Chen had wreaked havoc in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and left with Lingxi, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had become peaceful. When the 4 great sword masters heard about what happened in the Eastern Royal region, they had already sent many disciples of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace. Under the leadership of the Sword God Palace's experts, they covered the entire Sword Soul Emperor domain. Because the cosmic teleportation formation in the Sword Soul Emperor domain was very developed, all the sword martialists were on standby. The entire Sword God Palace was in a tense atmosphere. After hearing about the Lord of the Tragic City, all the experts, especially the Nirvana Tribulation experts, were ready to fight a life-and-death battle at any time. What happened in the Eastern Royal region and the fact that Lingxi could save the common people who turned into ghosts had spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 worlds. This was the proudest thing for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace because Lingxi would be the future Sword Spirit Emperor. Long Chen brought Lingxi to the Desolate Emperor domain, but there was still no news of them. The 4 sword masters were a little anxious. They sent people to ask around and found out that Lingxi and Long Chen went to the ancient demon domain. Just a few days ago, there was someone in the ancient demon domain who tried to pass the 6th Nirvana Tribulation, the Hellfire Flame Star Giant Beast. This person must be the Desolate Emperor, but no one knew whether he succeeded or not. Logically speaking, it was just a pipe dream for the people of the 3 regions and 9 worlds to pass the 6th Nirvana Tribulation. The 4 sword masters only hoped that the Desolate Emperor wouldn't implicate Long Chen and Lingxi. What they didn't know was that Long Chen and Lingxi had encountered such a thrilling incident in the Desolate Emperor domain. They almost didn't come back. On this day, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace welcomed an unexpected old friend. At this moment, the 4 sword masters were in the central sword capital of the 12 sword capitals to receive the realm lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world, Tian Yuanzi. The silver-haired man came alone with a smile on his face. The other party was a martial artist at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. His strength was probably about the same as the Lingwu sword master. The 4 sword masters did not dare to be negligent. After exchanging greetings for a while, the Lingwu sword master asked the silver-haired man why he came. After all, one would not visit a temple without a cause. Since he came alone, he must have a request or something else. Tian Yuanzi laughed and said, "In fact, I came personally to deliver a great gift to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." The 4 sword masters looked at each other, and Sword Master Lingwu said politely, "Realm Lord, don't keep us in suspense." Tian Yuanzi continued smiling, "It is indeed a gift. I've long heard that outside the Sword Soul Emperor Palace and the Sword God Palace, there's a billion sword ocean array. Once it's activated, no ordinary person can break in, unless they're a peerless powerhouse. This billion-sword ocean array is the Sword Soul Emperor Palace's fortress, but it's a pity that it only protects the Sword God Palace. There are 80 million disciples on the heavenly Sword Soul Mountain, and they don't have any sword array to protect them. The Lingwu Sword Master nodded and said, "Indeed. This is what I'm worried about. Could it be that Realm Lord has a solution?" Tian Yuanzi continued laughing and said, "That's right. Many years ago, I obtained 16 ancient sword orbs. These sword orbs preserve the sword array left behind from the ancient times. As long as you use a Sword Dao secret technique to activate these ancient sword orbs, you can form a killing sword array that is equivalent to the billion sword ocean array. Among them, 8 ancient sword orbs can form a sword array that can protect over 100 million people. However, our ancient Yuan spirit world does not have a Sword Dao secret technique, nor do we have a powerful sword cultivator to activate it. Today, I came to find the 4 sword masters to cooperate." Ancient sword orbs. The 4 sword masters were surprised. It was rumored that the billion sword ocean array of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace was evolved from the ancient sword orbs. Moreover, the Yuan Spirit Realm Lord seemed to have explained it quite clearly. How does Realm Lord intend to cooperate? Although the Lingwu Sword Master could roughly guess, he still asked. Tian Yuanzi said, "The crisis brought by the City Lord of the Wronged will soon affect the 3 regions and 9 worlds. No one will be spared. Since I have these ancient sword orbs, I should share them at this time. What I mean is that if the Lingwu Sword Master is willing to use 8 ancient sword orbs to set up this sword array for our ancient Yuan spirit world, I am willing to give 8 ancient sword orbs to the Sword Soul Emperor Palace and the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain. I wonder if the Lingwu Sword Master is satisfied with such a cooperation?" After pausing for a moment, Tian Yuanzi continued, "In the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, only the Sword Master of the Lingwu Sword Sect is able to activate these 16 sword orbs. Now that a great calamity has befallen us, Tian Yuanzi is embarrassed to hide these treasures for himself. Since 8 sword orbs are enough to set up the sword formation, I will give the other 8 to everyone as a token of my sincerity. In the future, if the City Lord of the Wronged attacks our ancient Yuan spirit world and we are unable to save ourselves, I hope that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace can help us. This is also one of my requests." Tian Yuanzi gave very generous conditions and his tone was also very sincere. The 4 sword masters pondered for a while. Among them, the Lingwu Sword Master said, "I am very grateful for the Realm Lord's kindness and gift. I am afraid we cannot accept such precious things. As for setting up the sword array for the ancient Yuan spirit world, I am willing to go with you." Tian Yuanzi smiled, "Brother Lingwu, don't decline. I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. Anyway, I only need 8 sword orbs. In the future, I will also need the Sword Soul Emperor Palace to take care of the ancient Yuan spirit world. I only need 8 ancient sword orbs in exchange for such benefits. I should be the one taking advantage of you. If you continue to decline, you will be looking down on me." The 4 sword sovereigns didn't have any more room to decline. Hence, the Lingwu Sword Sovereign could only say, "Many thanks, Realm Lord. I wonder if Realm Lord is willing to lend me the ancient sword pellet to take a look. After all, we need to understand the Tao of sword formations a little more." Tian Yuanzi was very generous. He waved his sleeves and one of the sword orbs flew towards the Lingwu Sword Master. It was a fist-sized orb. It was pure white and emitted waves of fragrance. At the same time, there was sword radiance flowing on it. It vaguely formed a sword array. The Lingwu Sword Master observed it for a while and said with surprise, "It is indeed a sword array. If this sword orb is planted, its power will not be weaker than the billion sword sea. It is more than enough to protect the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain." Tian Yuanzi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he smiled and said, "In that case, I will give the 8 sword arrays to Brother Lingwu now. Brother Lingwu can go to the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain and try planting the 8 sword orbs. If you succeed, you will follow me to the ancient Yuan spirit world. How about it?" After all, if the ancient sword orbs are ineffective, there is no need for you all to make a trip. After all, the calamity is about to descend. Everyone's time is extremely precious. It seems that I only need a day or so to complete it. I can also observe from the side and witness the divine might of the four sword masters. Holding on to that ancient sword pellet, to every sword cultivator, was a blissful experience. The world lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world was so generous. In that case, for the sake of the sword formation that could protect 80 million disciples, it was nothing much for them to make a trip to the ancient Yuan spirit world. The four sword masters discussed for a moment. The Lingwu sword master said, "Since that is the case, we will respectfully accept. Brother Tian Yuanzi, please follow me. We will go to the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain now and try to awaken the ancient sword array from the sword orbs to protect the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain." Very well. A strange smile appeared on Tian Yuanzi's face. It was as though his plan had succeeded. However, how could the four sword masters see this? The betrayal of the ancient Yuan spirit world was an unexpected surprise to everyone. The four sword masters led the ancient Yuan spirit world to the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain. Desolation Emperor Palace. The Desolation Emperor had returned from the tribulation. After bidding farewell to the Desolation Emperor, the 6 demonic emperors were in high spirits and joined in the festive atmosphere. But soon, the Desolation Emperor's voice sounded in their ears. "Everyone, come to the Beast God Hall. I have important news to announce." The 6 demonic emperors hurried to the Beast God Hall. In the Beast God Hall, the reborn Desolation Emperor had restored his youthful appearance. Although his mouth was a little bigger, it did not affect his beauty and majesty. He sat in the highest position. The 6 demonic emperors came in together and looked respectfully at the Desolation Emperor. They said in unison, "Please instruct us, Emperor." The Desolation Emperor was under Long Chen's control. He said, "I heard that the ancient Yuan spirit world has submitted to the city lord of the wronged. Tian Yuanzi is secretly leading the 10 ghost kings to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They intend to plant the 8 demon trees in the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain. They will turn the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace into ghosts and strengthen the 10 ghost kings. I have to go and help them destroy their plot. The 6 of you will stay in the Desolation Emperor Palace. You must be careful and report to me immediately if anything happens." Understood. This news was too shocking for the 6 demonic emperors. They never thought that the ancient Yuan spirit world would betray them. Not only did they betray them, they even prepared such a disaster for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Although the Desolation Emperor made it sound simple, the 10 ghost kings and the master of the ancient Yuan spirit world were stronger than the 4 sword masters. With the 8 demon trees, it could be said that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was in extreme danger. From the beginning until now, only 2 demon trees had appeared, but how many lives had been lost? If this thing happened in the Desolation Emperor Palace, the 6 demonic emperors didn't dare to imagine. Remember what I said. While the 6 demonic emperors were still in shock, the Desolation Emperor had already disappeared. Under Long Chen's order, he rushed to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He was the turning point, and the Desolation Emperor Palace alone was enough. The 6 demonic emperors pondered for a moment. Among them, Kunpeng said, "Send out half of the Emperor Palace's disciples to take complete control of the Desolation Emperor Palace. In addition, spread the news of the ancient Yuan spirit world's betrayal. Let the people of the 3 domains and 9 realms know." The other 5 demonic emperors agreed to this. Chapter 1654. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, at this moment, the 4 sword sovereigns had already led the Lingwu sword sovereign to the sky-piercing Sword Mountain. Many experts of the Sword God Palace also came over, preparing to witness another glorious moment in the history of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. To the disciples of the sky-piercing Sword Soul Mountain, characters like the 4 sword sovereigns were akin to gods. But today, all of them actually came out to accompany the world overlord of the ancient Yuan spirit world. This news circulated among the disciples, causing a huge commotion. The 80 million disciples all stopped their cultivation and were filled with respect as they headed towards the four sword sovereigns. The four sword sovereigns and the other experts of the Sword God Palace, as well as the world overlord of the ancient Yuan spirit world, were currently in the airspace above the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, chatting happily. Brother Lingwu, these are 8 sword pellets. Plant them in 8 different locations on the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. With your ability as a sword cultivator, you should be able to successfully form this incomparably grand formation. Tian Yuanzi smiled, his eyes were filled with calmness. The Lingwu sword sovereign received the 8 sword pellets. He had always done things swiftly and decisively, he also believed in his own judgment. He has already checked the 8 sword pellets and they were indeed ancient sword pellets. It was just that the details were a little blurry and it was very hard for him to understand. Maybe it was because of his lack of talent and knowledge. Who would have thought that the ancient Yuan spirit world would join the side of the city lord of the wronged city? Why did Tian Yuanzi do this? Under the gazes of the 80 million disciples, the Lingwu sword sovereign executed a secret art and planted the 8 sword pellets in the most densely populated areas of the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. In that case, if they formed a sword formation, the resistance of that area would be even stronger and they would be able to protect more disciples. Upon seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Tian Yuanzi's face. After settling everything, the Lingwu sword sovereign was extremely nervous. He descended in the airspace above the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain and started to execute a secret art, using his sword soul to activate the sword formation within the 8 sword pellets. The sword pellets loosened as a strange aura was released. This aura was so weak that the 4 sword sovereigns couldn't sense it. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Basically, the upper echelons already knew that the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain would form a formation similar to the Billion Sword Sea formation. But then, Sword Master Lingwu realized that it wasn't a sword formation that had appeared. In his field of vision, a total of 8 white and flawless saplings had grown out. The saplings were glowing and looked very beautiful. They were like pure young girls that needed someone to take care of them. The Lingwu sword sovereign stopped and asked Tian Yuanzi in bewilderment, "World Lord, why did this thing appear? Where's the sword formation?" Tian Yuanzi smiled and said, "I don't know either. However, you have already checked that pill. It is definitely an ancient sword pill. Perhaps this is the initial characteristic of a sword formation. After all, it was something that had been passed down from ancient times. Dragon sword spirit sword pellets, also, this thing should be a sprout of immortals, right? Everyone can feel the aura that is being emitted from this sprout of immortals. It is pure and natural, comparable to immortal essences. When this sprout of immortals grows up, I reckon that it will have quite a few immortal marks." The Lingwu sword master didn't think too much about it. He continued to activate the sword formation, allowing the sprout to grow stronger. While urging the Desolation Emperor to hurry to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang used their fastest speed to travel through the Shattered Star Sea towards the 9-star Chaos City. After Mo Xiaolang devoured the prison fire star behemoth, his strength had increased to the same level as Long Chen. Because of this, he had also tamed the prison fire star behemoth. At the crucial moment, the prison fire star behemoth could play a huge role. "Big brother, will the Desolation Emperor arrive in time?" Mo Xiaolang asked worriedly. Long Chen replied, "I can't be sure, but little Shi will definitely arrive in time to alert the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. We can only leave the situation to fate. I believe little Shi will handle it well." Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. Once the Desolation Emperor arrives, everything will be resolved. "Big brother, you must focus on capturing Yi Futu, Tian Yuanzi, and the 2 traitors." Long Chen used the unbounded star dragon diagram to control the Desolation Emperor. He nodded, "Don't worry, I won't let them off." These 2 fellows could be considered as the people Long Chen hated the most. The 2 moved with terrifying speed, turning into a red and black ray of light. Like meteors, they shot towards 9-star Chaos City. Little wolf, don't you think my decision this time was too impulsive? Although I did it for little cat, the time for the decisive battle is far from now. If I carry that fellow's heart and go there rashly, I might very well fall into his trap and cause him to truly come back to life. Then, it might even cause a great calamity for the 3 regions and 9 worlds. This was a question that Imo Xiaolang couldn't decide either. In truth, both of them were very muddle-headed. They had only rushed here because of their hot blood. Long Chen was a rational person, but he wasn't cold-blooded. The city lord of the wrong didn't care about Kitten's life, and Long Chen didn't want Kitten to become a ghost. That was the worst punishment. Therefore, he couldn't remain indifferent under the other party's threat, nor could he choose the most rational method. After all, he was carrying the city lord of the wrong's heart. Big brother, I don't know what to say. Let's do what we want. We can't abandon Kitten, but we can't let others suffer. So this time, I think we're facing death with equanimity. No matter what, we can't let ourselves regret it. Even if we have to give up our lives, we can't let them get what they want. Long Chen's chest burned with rage, his blood boiling. Perhaps this was life. There were many places that you knew you couldn't go, but you had to go. If you didn't go, then you probably wouldn't be able to forgive yourself for the rest of your life. Long Chen had a bright future ahead of him. He could even leave right now to pursue his dreams. Why would he be involved in the 3 regions and 9 realms, even risking his life to go to the 3 regions and 9 realms? Because he was a man with a soul. Responsibility was the most important quality of a man. Brotherly love for Kitten was also a kind of responsibility. This was also the anger that Long Chen couldn't tolerate. In the past, it was always Xiao Lang and Kitten who helped him. This time, it was time for him to repay the debt. Even if he had to give up his life and let many people down, he couldn't retreat. If he did, he wouldn't be Long Chen. After more than a year, the 2 young experts came to 9-star Chaos City again. Last time, Long Chen rose in 9-star Chaos City and defeated Wang Chen. His name began to spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 worlds. This time, Long Chen controlled the Desolation Emperor and became the strongest group in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Other than the city lord of the wronged, no one could beat him. Wuxia Star City. This was the largest star city controlled by the 12 supreme alliances. Long Chen landed in the sky above Wuxia Star City and turned into a meteor, heading for the entrance to the gates of hell. Long Chen. A loud shout came from afar. Long Chen and Imo Xiaolang turned their heads and saw 2 familiar figures coming from afar. Both of them were old acquaintances. One was the Demon Dragon Palace Master, and the other was Long Chen's good friend Long Xing, the Demon Dragon Palace's young palace master. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord rushed over anxiously and blocked in front of Long Chen. He asked solemnly, "Where are you going?" "Eternal hell?" Long Chen couldn't hide it. He nodded, "Yes." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord was shocked. "Is there a reason you can't resist?" "My sister is under the petrification curse of the city lord of the wronged. She only has half a year left. If we don't solve it, she will die completely. Also, my brother, the one who informed us in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, was leaked and is now in the hands of the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged gave me 10 days, otherwise he will turn Kitten into a ghost. I rushed all the way here, and now there are only 2 days left." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord frowned deeply. How could this be? Leaked? Long Chen told them about the ancient Yuan spirit world. After hearing this news, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord and Long Xing were incomparably furious. They hated the traitor even more. This traitor brought such a great crisis to the Sword Spirit Emperor region. No wonder Long Chen was so anxious. These 2 matters would make anyone anxious. As for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, I have already sent a message to the Desolation Emperor. The Desolation Emperor will go and help, but I can't stand my brother's matter. Senior, this time I have to face it. As his brother, I didn't do my duty. This time. No. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Long Chen and said, I don't care what your strength is, or what status you have. You went in on impulse. Did you forget that you are carrying his heart? His goal is the heart. Jinwu Emperor said that if he gets the heart, the 3 realms and 9 realms will have no chance of winning. You are risking the destruction of the 3 realms and 9 realms. Where is your sense of responsibility? Long Chen, this is not a child's play. We still have many ways, but you must not enter the eternal hell. Long Chen didn't expect that the Demon Dragon Palace Lord would stop him. He leaned against Xiao Lang, his eyes cold, and said, I have no choice. No matter what I choose, I will hate myself. So why don't I give Kitten a chance to escape? I can only do my best. I will be very careful. What's the use of being careful? The other party has set a trap for you to jump into. The eternal hell is his lair. Although you are strong, even Jinwu Emperor and the Desolation Emperor don't dare to challenge him. If you go in, you will definitely die. So I advise you to give up. For the sake of the world, I will stop you no matter what. Long Chen's head was already in a state of fever. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord looked agitated. He blocked in front of him and stretched out his hands. Long Xing, who was at the side, didn't say anything, but he also opened his arms. What do you want? Long Chen couldn't resist them and could only say helplessly. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord said word by word, I will fight this battle. I will go to the eternal hell myself. You, Long Chen, can't go. The number of tops plummeted. Brothers, be strong. Today is my girlfriend's birthday, and I am still writing. I will be scolded later. Chapter 1655. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord's sudden decision stunned Long Chen, who was about to break out of the encirclement. He reacted with great difficulty. Seeing the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's resolute expression and unshakable determination, he could only say, Senior, this is my own matter and my own choice. I don't need you to bear it for me. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord shook his head and said, If you insist on going in, then I can only go in your place. I am a dragon warrior, late-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm. My strength is not weaker than yours. If I can't do it, you can't do it either. However, your value is much more important than mine. The heart of the city Lord of the Wronged Death cannot enter the eternal hell. I am responsible for the lives of the world, and also for you. In Long Chen's impression, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was not a particularly dedicated person. He was even a little selfish. Therefore, Long Chen couldn't understand why he was willing to fight against the invincible city Lord of the Wronged Death for him. He was shocked and shocked. However, he couldn't agree to the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. Everyone knew that this was suicide. He couldn't implicate others. You must think that I am not such a person, right, Long Chen? The Demon Dragon Palace Lord suddenly sighed and said sincerely and solemnly, You don't understand me. I am already very old. Then let me tell you a few reasons. First, you have the heart of the city Lord of the Wronged Death. As one of the leaders of the world, I have the right to interfere with your actions that could lead to the destruction of all lives in the world. Second, I am already old and can't make any progress. You too are the hope of the world. You too are filled with potential. Perhaps in half a year, you too can make great progress. In the long run, I am much more suitable than you too. I have lived enough, but you too are still young. If I have to die alone, I would rather it be me. Maybe you don't think that I am such a person, but so what? I have lived my life in a muddle. When the calamity comes, I also want to be a hero. Hall Master. Long Xing was unable to stop anything, he could only hold back his tears and anger. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord looked deeply at Long Xing, then he turned to Long Chen and said, Most importantly, within 3 years, my 9th heaven lightning beast tribulation will descend. At this moment, I don't have the slightest confidence in surviving it. I will definitely die within 3 years. But I have no regrets, because Long Xing has already passed the Nirvana tribulation, and is qualified to assume the position of demonic dragon palace master. And you, Long Chen, have replaced me as the strongest among the dragon warriors. Seeing that the fatal tribulation is only 3 years away, today is the time for me to contribute my life strength. I have never been a hero in my life, I can only be called an ambitious and ruthless person, but today, I will be a hero, and leave a chance for the younger generation of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen did not expect that within 3 years, his Nirvana tribulation would descend. The 9th heaven lightning beast tribulation was destined to be an irreversible calamity. The demon dragon palace master wasn't weak, but he gave up on resisting and chose another method. This was a choice he made at the last minute. Long Chen was moved by the look in his eyes, which showed that he was unafraid of death. Long Chen, anyone can enter the eternal hell, and Jinwu Great Emperor will not let you take the risk. Since you are guarding the heart of the city lord of the wronged, you must shoulder this responsibility. You cannot take the slightest risk, and I am about to die, so I will take your place in this battle. Long Chen did not know how to refute. To be honest, he did not know whether his decision was right or wrong. If he succeeded, it was right, but if he failed, it would be outrageous. Not only him, but even Mo Shaolang could not bear this sin. Then I will go in with the demon dragon palace lord. Big brother, go to the sword spirit emperor palace to help. Mo Shaolang said quickly. The demon dragon palace lord shook his head and said, the emperor's son cannot go in either. The 2 of you are the future hope of the 3 realms and 9 realms, you cannot go to your death. I promise you, I will exhaust the last of my strength to save your friend. Once this old man became stubborn, nothing could dissuade him. Long Chen fell into an extreme dilemma. How should he choose? Should he go in himself, or should he let the demon dragon palace lord go in? The other party was not weak, could he trust him? When a large number of contradictions came together, no choice was perfect. There was bound to be a loss. Long Chen fell into a dilemma. Long Xing patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, just listen to this old man. He won't be able to live for long. Let him try. Long Chen raised his head and looked at Long Xing. His eyes were clearly bloodshot, but he acted as though he didn't care. It wasn't that Long Xing didn't care about the life of the demonic dragon palace master, he just cared more deeply. The demon dragon palace lord had already made up his mind. He absolutely forbade Long Chen from going in. At this moment, he sighed and said, Long Chen, if you feel that you owe me, make it up to Long Xing in the future. Help him stabilize the demon dragon palace. With you around, I believe that no one can touch him. There is no time to lose, hurry to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This old life of mine has come to an end. I have no regrets. I only hope that I can succeed. So, goodbye. He did not give Long Chen and the others a chance to refute. At this instant, he turned and rushed into the gates of hell. Long Chen did not stop him. Big brother. Mo Shaolang was the one who understood the struggle in his heart. If it wasn't for the damned city lord's heart, if it wasn't for the other party's scheme, he would have already entered. Long Chen clenched his fists. The demon dragon palace lord's determination moved him. In reality, everyone was kind. They just had not found the true meaning of life. Long Chen was the hope. He shouldn't be throwing his life away at this time. He shouldn't be impulsive. However, if that was the case, it was as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. We will not go in for now. Wait for the demon dragon palace lord's news. As for the sword spirit emperor palace, we cannot rush over now. The desolate heavenly emperor can handle it. Long Chen took a deep breath. In the end, he was defeated by a heavier responsibility. It was not that he did not care about Kitten's life. He was only willing to wait a little longer. If it really couldn't be done, then he would have no second thoughts. Sometimes, choices were so difficult. Just like the moment when the desolate heavenly emperor wanted to kill Xiao Lang, Long Chen really collapsed. He made the wrong choice and let the desolate heavenly emperor devour him. Being able to survive in the end was all due to luck. But that did not mean that every time he acted impulsively, he would have good luck. The city lord of the wronged was much more terrifying than the desolate heavenly emperor. Long Chen sat on the ground in a daze. Responsibility and hot-bloodedness, brotherly love, reluctance and guilt towards the kitten, and the intense conflict with the fate of all living beings in the world. He couldn't find a reason for him to have no regrets. This made Long Chen understand that when he really shouldered this responsibility, many things were not as easy as he had imagined. Brother, relax. That old man is very reliable. I believe he will succeed. Long Xing casually sat beside him and said in a clear voice. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of the gates of hell. He really wanted to follow the demon dragon palace lord in, but he also respected Long Chen's choice. Even if I lose, I don't have any regrets. Anyway, under the heavenly Tao calamity, everyone will die. This time, after crossing the nirvana tribulation, I understood this point. Since I am going to die, why not die with a bang? I swear, I, Long Xing, have never admired this old ghost as much as I do today. In the past, I always thought that he was a coward. I didn't expect him to have such a side. Long Xing was practically roaring as he uttered these words. As long as it was a common person, they would die one day. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chen still had many things to do, he wouldn't care about life and death. Therefore, he suddenly understood the demon dragon palace lord very well. At this moment, death was not a terrifying thing, but an explanation for his own life, a perfect full stop, a glorious moment that could make millions of people remember him. Dying under the nirvana tribulation, that would be a disgrace. So, I think what he said is right. As for the two of you, you've become so strong through dog shit luck, far surpassing me. Since that's the case, you should shoulder a greater mission and wake up. Then fight. Long Xing was older than them. Although they were stronger, Long Xing was not afraid of them in terms of aura. Instead, he was like an elder brother. The knot in Long Chen's heart gradually opened. There are still 2 days. He closed his eyes and could only pray for the demon dragon palace lord. Long Xing looked in the direction of the gates of hell. Previously, he was still impassioned, but when he recalled that old ghost's resolute and fearless expression when he entered the gates of hell, his tears actually flowed uncontrollably. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Under Lingwu's Sword Master's control, the 8 immortal seedlings grew bigger and bigger. 2 hours later, they have already grown to over 20 meters tall and gradually turned into trees. These trees look like naked beautiful girls. Countless disciples surrounded this tree in amazement, pointing at it. What are the 4 great sword masters trying to do? Yeah, but this immortal tree's aura is really helpful to us. I lightly breathed in and discovered that my divine essence has increased by quite a bit. Yeah, looks like this is a peerless treasure. The 4 great sword masters actually bestowed it to us ordinary disciples. This is really great. We can all become stronger. I heard that this thing can also form a sword array to protect us. As the tree grew, Lingwu's sword master became more and more puzzled. The sword array's aura has long disappeared. He stopped and looked at Tian Yuanzi with an inquiring expression. Tomorrow is Monday. We must rush up the rankings. This week, we are number 1. Next week, we must maintain the top rankings and the rankings. Why rush up on Monday? Because the rankings are weekly and will be updated on Monday. After resting for a while, we will continue fighting tomorrow. We will update as many chapters as we can. We will definitely not exceed 3 chapters. Moreover, there will be an update at 12:00 tonight. I hope everyone can continue to support Frenzied and help him rush up to number 1. Chapter 1656. At 12 o'clock at night, he would update 5 chapters. Each chapter was 2,000 words. Tomorrow's update time was uncertain, and so was the number of updates. But in total, there would be more than 10 chapters. Perhaps when everyone refreshed the page, there would suddenly be new chapters. I'm writing and uploading now. Brothers and sisters, welcome to stay up late with me. He also saw almost 1,000 birthday wishes. Chapter 1657. The so-called immortal seedling had already grown into a giant tree. These days, the rumors about the city lord of the tragic death had caused panic in everyone's hearts. The most terrifying thing about the city lord of the tragic death was the demon tree. Every time the demon tree appeared, it would cause a large number of casualties. This was a terrible thing for everyone. Especially the 4 sword masters. At this time, they couldn't help but be suspicious. They all looked at Tian Yuanzi with puzzled gazes. Tian Yuanzi put on an innocent expression and said, "I don't really understand this ancient sword orb. I only know that it can form a sword array when activated. Perhaps it's still in an unactivated state. When it's activated, the situation might be different." The 4 sword masters looked carefully. The 8 trees were emitting the fragrance of immortal spiritual energy. Although it wasn't a sword array, it was still a good thing. Even if it wasn't a sword array, it would be a good thing if the heavenly sword soul mountain could produce these immortal spiritual trees. Even they didn't understand the characteristics of the ancient sword orb. Tian Yuanzi was even more confused. If everyone is still worried, I'll take this sword orb with me. If it brings disaster to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, I, Tian Yuanzi, wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The silver-haired man said helplessly. The Lingwu sword master said, "Brother Tian Yuanzi must be joking. We don't mean to doubt you. We just feel that it's a little strange. But no matter what, it's a good thing. I'll fully activate it. Perhaps it will become a sword array in the end." Tian Yuanzi laughed dryly. "All right, then I'll wait and see." After speaking, the Lingwu sword master continued to control the immortal spiritual tree. Under his control, the immortal spiritual tree rapidly grew, gradually approaching the image of a seductive woman. Different from the demonic tree, the immortal spiritual tree emitted immortal energy. The woman formed by the immortal spiritual tree was exceptionally beautiful. Almost done, almost done. The 4 sword masters are idiots. They can't even see the demonic tree. It's just a little bit away. Soon, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will become hell on earth. Tian Yuanzi's heart was filled with excitement. He looked at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's members who were looking at the demonic tree in amazement. He felt a sense of irony for these pitiful fellows. They simply didn't know that the thing they were looking at in amazement would take their lives in a quarter of an hour. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's disciples were at least in the God Martial realm. If they used the demonic tree to absorb energy for the Ghost King, the effect would increase by more than 10 times. At that time, only those at the level of Long Chen would be able to face the Ghost King. Tian Yuanzi was extremely excited when he thought of the 10 great Ghost Kings becoming peerless experts and crushing the 3 regions and 9 realms. We're about to succeed. The 4 great sword masters are fools. Tian Yuanzi was extremely pleased. He had contributed the most to the success of this mission. Presumably, he would receive an even greater reward when he returned to the Lord's side. The 8 demon trees grew strong and healthy. At the beginning, they looked like this, surrounded by dense immortal qi. When they truly matured, they would transform into demon trees. At this moment, black spots that were almost invisible to the naked eye had begun to appear on those giant trees. Tian Yuanzi was already imagining the horrifying scene of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace turning into hell on earth. At this moment, outside the shattered Star River, a snow-white sword light pierced through the sky and shot towards them at an astonishing speed. It was the 6 Paths Immortal Sword. On top of the 6 Daos immortal swords was a woman who seemed to have walked out of a legend. She stepped on the 6 Daos immortal swords and rushed over. She tore through space, and with that kind of speed, she was already in front of everyone the moment she appeared. Who is this? Tian Yuanzi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the girl who had hurried back held the 6 Paths immortal sword in her hand and slashed downwards. A pure white sword light shot out and slashed one of the demon trees without any obstruction, instantly cutting it in half. When the 6 Paths immortal sword slashed the demon tree let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its limbs twisted frantically, entangling many of the sword spirit Emperor Palace's disciples and strangling them to death. The originally snow-white branches and leaves turned black at this moment and a foul miasma was released. Such a scene couldn't help but make people think of the demon tree. The 6 Paths immortal sword slashed down once again, finally cutting the demon tree that was struggling at death's door into pieces. Many disciples were rescued, and at the same time, the miasma on their bodies was temporarily dispelled. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Father, these are all demon trees. The realm lord of the ancient Yuan spirit world has sided with the city lord of the wronged and intends to destroy the sword spirit Emperor Palace. Lingxi shouldered the great responsibility that Long Chen had entrusted to her, so she didn't relax for even a moment. She was exhausted from rushing all the way here, but she still insisted on returning as fast as she could and finally made it at this time. Her short but clear words caused the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to tremble. The 4 great sword masters suffered a huge blow to their hearts. They undoubtedly believed in Lingxi. Moreover, Lingxi's slash had revealed the true form of the demon tree. Everyone present could see it clearly. 8 demon trees. In the supreme Een Devil world, a single demon tree took the lives of nearly 80 million people. In the Eastern Royal Domain, if not for Lingxi, nearly 5 million people would have died. And today, under the deceit of the traitor, 8 demon trees were born in the heavenly sword Soul Mountain. Everyone instantly realized the importance of this matter. The Lingwu sword master immediately reacted. His face was incomparably cold as he roared, Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists, kill the demon trees. Divine Martial Realm martial artists, retreat quickly, stay away from the demon trees and protect yourselves. This loud roar alarmed all the experts. Originally, most of the people from the Sword God Palace had come down, but when Lingxi went to chop down the demon trees, everyone was alarmed. Under the Lingwu sword master's loud command, everyone was shocked. The weak protect themselves, the strong eradicate the demon trees, and the 4 great sword masters surrounded Tian Yuanzi at the first moment. At this moment, the demonic trees were under attack. They turned black before they matured, and a large amount of miasma was released. Only the warriors with the strongest resistance, who had undergone nirvanic rebirth, dared to approach. The others fled towards the broken Star River. The shattered Star River was very big, and it was the best way to avoid the miasma. And Lingxi didn't dare to be negligent. She knew that Long Chen must be facing an even greater danger now, so she couldn't let Long Chen down. Today, we'll hit the hit list, flowers and tops. I think I don't need to remind you anymore. Everyone, let's burn. Chapter 1658. 8 demonic trees covered the entire sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain. They were scattered in different directions and there was a long distance between them. After destroying the first demonic tree, Lingxi immediately used her imperial sword technique to charge towards the second demonic tree. Her 6-path immortal sword's destructive power against the demonic tree was unparalleled. Her efficiency was also much higher than others. The demonic tree was the most important thing. Now that they had grown, they must be destroyed at the first possible moment. The other Nirvana Tribulation experts were also dealing with the demonic tree. However, the demonic tree was too tough. After the transformation was successful, it turned into a demon and frantically waved its branches, bringing a fatal crisis to some of the experts. Just like that, a fierce battle unfolded. Up in the sky, the four sword masters' faces were filled with anger and hatred. Especially the Lingwu sword master. He couldn't tolerate it because he was the one who had been deceived. No matter how smart he was, he didn't expect Tian Yuanzi to betray them. He actually came to harm the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If it wasn't for Lingxi coming back to remind him, he would have become the eternal sinner of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. At this moment, four divine swords with 8 Dao patterns appeared in the hands of the 4 sword sovereigns. They were all pointed at the Realm Lord of the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. The Realm Lord of the Ancient Yuan Spirit World's plan was interrupted, but he didn't panic. Instead, he laughed maniacally and looked at the 4 sword sovereigns with disdain. The 4 of you are really stupid. I originally thought that I could easily succeed. That would be too easy. Now that the demon tree is about to be planted, let me destroy all of you. His originally handsome face had turned incomparably sinister. A ghostly aura was released from his body. The aura of a ghost king. The Lingwu swordmaster looked at Tian Yuanzi in shock. That's right, I am one of the 10 great ghost kings. Tian Yuanzi laughed heartily. The ghostly aura pervaded his body. He spread his arms wide, allowing the black mist to coil around his body like a poisonous snake. He laughed and said, I used the 10 million people of the ancient Yuan Ling domain to create the strength I have today. You, Lingwu, are no longer a match for me. If you are smart, I advise you, the 4 great sword masters, to hurry up and join our team. There are 80 million people in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If all of their power is transferred to you, how terrifying will you be? That madness and cruelty were simply indescribable. He had actually used the people of the ancient Yuan spirit realm to strengthen himself, and not let the news leak out. This Tian Yuanzi could be considered crazy. There was no point in continuing to communicate with such a person. The 4 sword masters looked at each other and immediately launched a fierce attack. 4 against 1? Do you think you have a lot of people? Tian Yuanzi laughed again. At this time, with the remaining 7 demon trees wreaking havoc, the Tongtian Sword Soul Mountain was in chaos. Some were killed by the demon trees, some were turned into ghosts, and some even risked their lives to fight the demon trees. Lingxi's 6 paths immortal sword slashed down, and another demonic tree was cut down by her, disappearing without a trace. Right now, the situation was still under control. While everyone was feeling nervous, Tian Yuanzi, who was in the sky, let out an intimidating smile. He spread open his arms and a total of 9 black shadows rushed out from his chest. Next to Tian Yuanzi, the 10 great ghost kings were formed. Apart from 2 of the 10 great ghost kings, the other 8 were like wild beasts. They had ferocious fangs and chains wrapped around their bodies. They looked exceptionally terrifying. They looked at the living beings below with bestial eyes. Basically, all of them revealed their scarlet tongues that were almost half a meter long. Their tongues were filled with terrifying barbs. The 10 great ghost kings had all appeared. Ever since the matter of the Lord of the Wronged City spread, the 10 great ghost kings had become synonymous with terror. Now that they had truly appeared, the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were scared silly. How could the 4 sword masters deal with the 10 great ghost kings? Let's fight, brothers. Tian Yuanzi laughed maniacally. You won't understand. What is eternal life? What is ignoring the nirvana tribulation? What is limitless power? As long as the Lord can bestow all of this to us, without the Lord, would have perished in the nirvana tribulation a few decades later. But now? I have already attained eternal life, but you still have to suffer the torment of samsara. You bunch of stubborn trash, you are destined to become my food. Amidst his roar, the 10 great ghost kings that had become stronger once again advanced. Apart from the Lingwu sword master, the other 3 sword masters each had 2 ghost kings to restrain them. Given the current strength of the ghost kings, it was more than enough. As for the Lingwu sword master, there was naturally a boundary lord from the ancient Yuan spirit world to deal with him. As for the remaining 3 beams of black light, 2 of the ghost kings rushed towards the demonic tree. They fused into the heart of the demonic tree. In an instant, the demonic tree that was almost destroyed actually began to grow at a crazy speed. The wounds on its body also rapidly recovered. In the blink of an eye, the 2 demonic trees doubled in height and volume. The miasma they emitted also increased by several times. Under the miasma of the demonic tree, half of the heavenly sword soul mountain was soon covered in miasma. A large number of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace disciples died, turning into ghosts. That tragic scene caused countless people to go crazy. Countless people shed tears. This was a calamity. Only at this moment did many people truly understand. But it was already too late. Their companions, junior brothers, senior brothers, and even their loved ones were entangled by the miasma. From then on, they turned into cruel ghosts with hideous appearances. They had completely lost their minds. Apart from the 2 demonic trees, the other demonic trees were completely eradicated by the 6-path immortal sword with the help of Lingxi. Under the management of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, a large number of God Martial Realm disciples have already escaped from the critical areas. Those who went to fight the demonic trees were basically Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had a total of more than 500 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. After experiencing the destruction of the Nirvana Tribulation, their resistance to the miasma was relatively stronger. Under the leadership of Lingxi, more than 500 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts faced death calmly and launched a frenzied attack on the 2 demonic trees controlled by the Ghost Kings. This way, the number of casualties was reduced. But when they saw the heaven-span Sword Soul Mountain in ruins, saw that their former companion had been reduced to a ghost, and saw the person they loved die, almost everyone shed tears. "Little girl, do you still remember me?" A strange voice sounded behind Lingxi. Chapter 1659. Among the 10 Ghost Kings, other than Tian Yuanzi and the other 8, the last one was Yi Futu, who hadn't been killed by Long Chen back then. After transforming into the Ghost King, his appearance became even uglier and shorter. His skin turned completely black, becoming a bit like the skin of a crocodile, which made people feel disgusted. Only he himself maintained a confident smile, living up to his former nickname of the Smiling Buddha. His old rival, Wenren Shi, was someone who cared about his appearance the most. If Wenren Shi saw his current appearance, he would definitely be disgusted to death. But Yi Futu didn't care about that. "I didn't kill you last time. I was defeated by Long Chen. This time, Long Chen isn't by your side, right?" Yi Futu laughed coldly. He stood in the air and approached Lingxi step by step. The 2 demonic trees were now being dealt with by over 23rd stage Nirvana Tribulation experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the sky, the Martial Spirit Sword Master was fighting against Tian Yuanzi, while the 3 Sword Masters were dealing with the 2 Ghost Kings. They weren't at a disadvantage for the time being. It could be said that the situation was no longer a mess. Moreover, this guy was clearly targeting him because he wanted to avenge Long Chen, as well as him. Lingxi was not afraid of him. She was kind at heart. The place she had grown up in was now being invaded in such a way. At least hundreds of thousands of people had already lost their lives. No matter how kind she was, her heart was still filled with hatred and pain. Yi Futu's shameless smile had ignited a raging fury in her heart. She retreated into the shattered Star River and pointed the 6 Daos immortal sword at him. The cold killing intent in her eyes was clear. A little girl really thinks that she's the Sword Spirit Emperor. Does she really have the right to fight with me? Yi Futu laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with bestiality. He licked his half-meter-long scarlet tongue and followed closely behind Lingxi. Lingxi pressed the 6 Daos immortal sword down. The nirvana energy in her body circulated wildly. In her primordial spirit, the 2 Dao seals were trembling. Her eyes were gradually replaced by a pure white color. This was her most angry expression. Lingxi finally understood why Long Chen would go crazy after seeing the Eastern Royal region turn into a hell on earth. It was a kind of pain that exceeded the limits of human beings. No one could tolerate such pain when they saw their home destroyed and their brothers and sisters killed one by one. When the pain had reached the extreme, hatred would bring endless power and courage. Lingxi's arm that was holding the 6 Daos immortal sword was trembling, not because of fear, but because of too much hatred. Oh. You actually hate me? I already said that these are ants struggling under the heavenly Tao. I turned them into something similar to me, and died to save them. I gave them eternal life, just like us. My benevolence is something you cannot understand. I'm going to transform you into this kind of thing soon. I think, when your beauty turns ugly, when your fragrant body turns stinky, when your appearance turns into a disgusting green face with fangs, will Long Chen still love you as much as he does now? I'm guessing he won't, because all men like beautiful women, right? If you were ugly, and you didn't have an illustrious identity, he would definitely look down on you. Lingxi wasn't intimidated by him. She just felt that this guy was laughably pitiful. If you have the ability to turn me into a ghost, then don't talk nonsense. Hatred and anger could only be resolved through the sword in his hand. It wasn't just Long Chen who had this kind of pride. Lingxi also had it. She wanted to use her own efforts to make Long Chen feel proud of her. Laughable ignorance. Yi Futu finally stopped laughing. He reached out with his disgusting claws towards Lingxi. After absorbing the power of so many living beings, his physical body and strength had become extremely terrifying. His claws, which were filled with the stench of decay, tore through the air and reached for Lingxi's head in the blink of an eye. If she was clawed, she would definitely be crushed into a bloody mess. He, Yi Futu, would not go easy on women. He wanted to see Long Chen in his most painful state. The only way was to turn this woman into a ghost. The power of evil will never be able to defeat the divine light in your heart. This was what the Plain Maiden's bloodline told her. She waved the 6 Daos divine swords in her hands without hesitation. She used all her strength to attack this opponent that she couldn't possibly defeat. At this moment, there was no longer any fear in her heart. There was only killing. The purest power of nirvana exploded through the 6 Daos divine swords, forming a sword aura that shot into the sky. A total of 6 rays of sword aura formed 6 illusory worlds. The sword aura surged and shot towards Yi Futu. Child's play. It's a waste for the 6 Daos divine swords to fall into your hands. Yi Futu laughed. But at that moment, his smile froze, and then turned into a scream, because Lingxi's 6 flashes of sword chi were incomparably domineering. Among them, the pure maiden's nirvana power had great restraining power against demonic powers. These 6 flashes of sword chi directly shattered Yi Futu's claw. In an instant, disgusting flesh and blood flew everywhere. Impossible. Yi Futu looked at Lingxi in shock. To him, Lingxi's power of nirvana was very weak. Even with the help of the 6 Daos divine swords, it couldn't have caused such an effect on him. The only explanation was the nature of the power of nirvana. Your talent makes me unable to resist the urge to kill you, girl. Yi Futu roared. His palm recovered in an instant. The green skin was extremely disgusting, and there were thick blood vessels inside, as if there were bugs squirming inside. Lingxi didn't want to say a word to this guy. She gathered the power of her hatred on the 6 Daos divine swords and used the swordsmanship of the 6 Daos divine swords. The 6 Daos divine swords was an extremely beautiful swordsmanship. Lingxi turned into a goddess and danced in the shattered star river. The 6 Daos divine swords always stabbed out at the most precise moment. For a moment, even Yi Futu couldn't do anything to her. This battle actually ended in a stalemate. Lingxi was even suppressing Yi Futu for a while, leaving him no room to fight. Yi Futu grew more and more shocked. He knew that the key to Lingxi's victory was her strange power of nirvana. That was Yi Futu's nightmare. Roar! Yi Futu was finally enraged. He mobilized the power of the living and let out a terrifying roar. Large amounts of thick fog appeared on his body, condensing into black symbols on his body. The most holy thing can be tainted and turned into a demon. That's the most exciting thing. Since you're so holy, let me taint you. Chapter 1660. Outside the limitless star, in front of the gates of hell. The three of them sat on the ground, staring blankly at the gates of hell. Long Chen was constantly in the middle of a painful decision. He was waiting for a piece of news. He hoped that it would be good news, but as time passed, the restlessness in his heart grew stronger. His eyes were already bloodshot since a day ago. At this moment, he looked ferocious and pitiful. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang understood him, because he was also suffering the same torture as Long Chen. It was unclear whether it was right to let the Demon Dragon Palace Lord go in. It was more likely that one more person would die. Although Long Xing said it lightly, as if the Demon Dragon Palace Lord and Long Xing didn't care about this matter, in reality, who didn't want to live a little longer? Even if it was the Demon Dragon Palace Master, he would have a little bit of hope that he would be able to pass through the fifth Nirvana tribulation. Relax, I think the old man should be able to do it. Long Xing still had that indifferent look. He can't, even I underestimated his opponent. Long Chen suddenly said. At this time, there was still no movement. Long Chen was almost certain that the Demon Dragon Palace Lord had died in vain. Maybe because of his stubbornness, this respectable old man had wasted his life in vain. The more he thought about it, the more restless Long Chen's heart became. He had never felt such unease and hatred in his heart as he did today. The city lord of the wrong's every move and plan had already surpassed the limit of his hatred. He had become a person that Long Chen could almost lose all reason and dream of killing. No one was perfect, he had always been perfect, but when he met such an opponent, he was almost powerless. The city lord of the wronged had tightly grasped Long Chen's lifeline, causing Long Chen to suffer a crushing defeat. No matter what, everything seemed to be under the other's control. No matter what you say, even if he died, I believe that he died honorably. Long Xing said firmly, his eyes flashing with indescribable confidence. Maybe he was too superstitious about the power of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord, he had never seen the city lord of the wronged. Just as the three of them were talking, at this moment, within the gates of hell, ripples appeared. The three of them stood up with a whoosh. Who would come out? Could it be the Demon Dragon Palace Lord and Kitten? At that moment, the three of them felt as though their hearts were in their throats. Their hearts raced as they stared in shock at the person who had walked out of the gates of hell. No words could describe what they were feeling at the moment. There was a fine line between surprise and pain. The person who walked out of the gates of hell quickly shattered any beautiful imagination of Long Chen and the others. This was a filthy, burly ghost. He silently walked out from inside and stopped in front of Long Chen and the others. This was just an ordinary little ghost, but it was able to pass through the gates of hell and arrive in front of Long Chen and the other two. At that moment, Long Chen's emotions were indescribable. His heart was trembling as he looked at this ghostly being that he could kill at any time. The originally carefree Long Xing had a face full of astonishment as he looked at the thing in the ghostly being's hand. It was a purple iron ring. It was not a Dao item, it was very ordinary. However, to the Demon Dragon Palace, this purple ring had an incomparably heavy meaning. This was because this was the symbol of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord for hundreds of thousands of years. When Long Xing saw that it was a ghost that came out, when he saw that the ghost was actually holding the symbol of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord in his hand, his expression became completely sluggish. It was as though he had become a fool. This was the elder who had raised him from a young age. All these years, Long Xing had never expressed his respect and love for him. However, in his heart, there had always been one person that he respected the most and had the deepest feelings for. That person was the owner of the purple ring. The deepest feeling in his heart was the reverence and respect he had for this old man. He appeared to be sloppy on the surface, but in reality, he was more meticulous than anyone else. He was the person who understood the Demon Dragon Palace Lord the best. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to be a hero, Longxing did not stop him. Instead, he supported him. And at this moment, the only thing left behind was a purple ring. This ghost gave out the ring that represented the identity of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. This was obviously done for Long Chen to see. No matter who it was, they were already drowning in anger. That little ghost stood fearlessly in front of Long Chen and the others. He threw the purple ring that represented the identity of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord to the ground and then stepped on it twice. Long Xing's face was filled with shock. His eyes widened as he squatted down and carefully picked up the purple ring. When he raised his head, his eyes were completely bloodshot. His blood was boiling with anger and he found it difficult to breathe. The ghost took 2 steps back. He opened his mouth and began to speak. Unexpectedly, the voice of the city lord of the tragic death came out. "Children, thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift. In the future, my subordinates will have a powerhouse comparable to your great emperor. I love him so much that I can't bear to part with him. Just think, what can he do for me?" As these words were spoken, Long Chen and the others felt as if they were suffocating. Subordinate, this meant that the city lord of the tragic death had likely turned the Demon Dragon Palace Lord into a ghost, turning him into his subordinate, completely losing his sanity. This news was even more intolerable than the death of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. In this world, the cruelest thing was to make an old man that wanted to be a hero lose his soul and become the pawn of evil. Only the lowest of people would do such a thing. Long Chen had underestimated the lowliness of the city lord of the tragic death. This was someone that came from the realm of the gods and had been imprisoned for countless years. His madness was hard to imagine. Just imagine, if one day, Long Chen had to face the Demon Dragon Palace Lord, just how heartbreaking and helpless of a matter would that be? Long Chen's chest squeezed with anger, nearly exploding with rage. All he could do was gasp for breath, steadying himself. He understood that if he lost all reason, he would be utterly defeated. He could not allow this enemy's plan to succeed. What a bunch of fun children. The city lord of the tragic death laughed. "Don't worry, I will treat this old dragon well. In order to loosen his muscles and bones and give him greater strength, I will leave any killing matters to him in the future." Chapter 1661. Despite being a small specter, it was still laughing brazenly in front of Long Chen and the other two. "One day is not much. If you don't come in today, I can only wait for half a year before you come in. If you don't come in, that little girl in your divine kingdom will also die. This child of yours is really outrageous. I sincerely invited you in, but you don't even give me this little bit of face." After saying this, the ghost retreated to the edge of the gates of hell. He continued to blabber on, "One day, if you leave immediately, you might be able to come to the city of vain deaths. I won't decline my time, after all, I have a very strong sense of time, I never lie. Then, I'll wait for you in the city of vain deaths. I don't think you want to be an ungrateful, cold-blooded, heartless person who watches helplessly as your good brother is turned into the same kind of person as me, right? This little thing is so eager for you to come." Just as he said this, Long Xing couldn't restrain himself anymore and punched the ghost to pieces. The malevolent ghost exploded in front of Long Chen and the others. I want to kill him. I want to kill him." Long Xing has completely lost his consciousness, the veins on his body are bulging, his eyes are blood red, his breathing is heavy, and his eyes are bulging like a wild beast. This is the same person who comforted Long Chen and the others before. When he heard the news of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord, in fact, he was more fragile than anyone else. This is because the person who raised him, the elder who gave him everything, the person who taught him how to be a person, the person who Long Xing felt the most guilt towards, Although he didn't die, he felt worse than death. When he learned that the old ghost has become the thing he hates the most, Long Xing's fists have already pierced into his flesh. He couldn't help but let out a painful roar, and was about to rush towards the gates of hell without any hesitation. Old ghost, I'm afraid I can't be a coward anymore. I've let you down, I can't just watch from the sidelines. I want to fight him, I'm not afraid of death. I can't tolerate my cowardice and incompetence. It's all because I'm a waste. I'm a waste. Long Xing has completely entered a state of madness. This was the person who advised Long Chen not to worry about the Demon Dragon Palace Master. When he said the word trash, his tears fell like rain. His dirty face gave Long Chen a deep shock. He was not the only one who had kinship, friendship, and love. Others also had their own persistence and beliefs, as well as people they cared about. Hence, he immediately felt the pain that Long Xing was in. That pain felt as though it was happening to him. When an elder who cared for him heartlessly left him, only killing could save him. Therefore, Long Xing risked his life to enter the eternal hell, which was a forbidden land of death. Mo Xiaolang rushed forward and knocked him out before Long Xing went crazy. This was the only way. He quickly turned around and asked, "Big brother, now?" Long Chen was already standing in front of him. He placed the dragon star pacifier in his god kingdom. "Big brother, isn't it too cruel to treat him like this?" Mo Xiaolang shook his head and said, "It's not cruel, let's go." Long Chen took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Go where?" Mo Xiaolang asked sluggishly. "Inside." Long Chen pointed to the eternal hell. That was a place he had no choice but to face. If he gave up today, he would never forgive himself for being useless and cowardly. "Are you sure you're calm and clear-headed now?" Mo Xiaolang looked at him seriously. Long Chen grinned and revealed a helpless smile. He said, "It's not important anymore. Let's fight. I'm not clear-headed, but I'm not a coward. The price is huge. My luck is probably going to be used up. If I don't fight, who can save me? Who can save the world?" He did not want to say another word. The gates of hell were right in front of him. The three of us have roamed such a huge world. If we're going to die, let's die together. Perhaps this is called not seeking to be born on the same day, but seeking to die on the same day. Far away from 9-star Primal Chaos City, Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the flames of war had spread to most of the battlefield. Fresh blood dyed the sky-piercing Sword Spirit Mountain red. This was a rare battle. The two ghost kings were controlling the demonic trees. They were still struggling against the attacks of over 500 Nirvana realm experts. However, they did not retreat. From time to time, there would be Nirvana realm experts dying at the hands of the demonic trees. In the sky, Spirit Martial Sword Master wielded the Milky Way refined God sword. He was fighting against Tian Yuanzi, who had become a ghost king. Below them, the three sword masters were each being violently attacked by two ghost kings. On the other side, in the Shattered Star River, Lingxi was fighting Yi Futu with the 6 Daos Immortal Sword. Yi Futu displayed his shocking battle power. Even under the restraint of Lingxi's 6 Daos Immortal Sword and Nirvana energy, he was still undefeatable. Compared to Yi Futu, Lingxi's weakest point was the quantity of Nirvana energy. Therefore, in the intense battle, Lingxi's strength was decreasing. In order to defend against Yi Futu's attacks, her pink lips had already turned pure white. The color of blood was slowly disappearing from her tender skin. Lingxi was on the verge of fainting, but the hatred in her heart and the scene of devastation before her eyes stimulated the boundless strength in her heart, causing her to bite her lips and forcefully hold on until now. Chen must be watching me. The Desolation Emperor will probably be here soon. I must not fall. If I fall, the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will be in chaos. If that happens, we will be completely defeated. It was this struggle in her mind and Long Chen's trusting gaze that made Lingxi even more determined. The 6th immortal sword in her hand was still something that Yi Futu revered. Under Yi Futu's attacks, the area within 1,000 meters was enveloped in miasma. The miasma was like a demon that surged towards Lingxi. The area that Lingxi's nirvana energy could defend against was getting smaller and smaller. Yi Futu laughed maniacally. Don't force yourself. I know you are finished. You are Long Chen's woman. Therefore, your nightmare is destined to descend. In my life, I, Yi Futu, love to defeat those who are more talented and handsome than me. The perfection of you and Long Chen makes me extremely jealous. It also makes me want to profane you. I, Yi Futu, only live for profanity. Large amounts of miasma gathered towards him. My pagoda technique will send you to the afterlife. Yesterday was his girlfriend's birthday. Thank you for all the blessings. Today's small update was to repay everyone's blessings. Chapter 1662. Yi Futu's pagoda art was a Khanate Dao technique with boundless power. In the past, this technique was Yi Futu's legend in the true martial emperor palace. But today, when the pagoda art was unleashed, everything within 1,000 meters was enveloped in the 7-level pagoda. Yi Futu's body split into thousands and attacked Lingxi from all directions. The so-called way of the pagoda was actually a righteous and benevolent way to save lives. But in Yi Futu's hands, the entire pagoda art was enveloped in ghostly qi and turned into a demonic path. But it was undeniable that its offensive power had increased by a lot. Yi Futu was originally only at the early stage of the 4th level of the Nirvana tribulation. Now, his combat power was comparable to that of the Lingwu sword master. Under the attacks of his thousands and thousands of pagoda avatars, the 6-path immortal swords were repelled time and time again. Lingxi was finding it harder and harder to block his attacks. The area where the Nirvana force would not be infected by the other party was now only a meter away, and this distance was still shrinking. Your most miserable doomsday has arrived, chick. Long Chen has offended me. I will make him suffer the most terrible pain in the world. Yi Futu laughed sinisterly. Everyone in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could hear him. They were all worried for Lingxi. You're afraid of him. Lingxi's clear eyes were filled with insight. Yi Futu could not tolerate her words. Because Lingxi's words had pierced his heart. Yes, that's right. After being crushed by Long Chen in the Eastern Royal region, Yi Futu's heart was filled with immense fear. A fear that even he did not dare to admit. Pagoda rebirth. 1,000 Buddhas paying homage. Yi Futu was at his most furious moment. His thousands and thousands of avatars lit up with black light at the same time. They sat down cross-legged like 10,000 Buddhas. All the avatars maintained the same posture. One palm was placed in front of his chest, while the other pushed out terrifyingly. Endless pagoda energy formed an unstoppable pressure that pressed down on Lingxi from all directions. 10,000 palms. This was the strongest attack Yi Futu could muster. Under the 10,000 hand seals, the 6-path celestial swords were forced to retreat step by step. Lingxi suffered from the insufficiency of her nirvana energy. At this moment, she felt that the world was spinning and she was at a loss. At this moment, she saw countless people who were worried about her. The martial spirit sword master, the 3 great sword masters, and the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They all looked in their direction in shock. Their eyes were filled with heartbreak. Everyone saw that Lingxi had lost at this moment. Lingwu, after playing for so long, it's time for you to die. Tian Yuanzi laughed out loud. He was already one of the Ghost Kings. After absorbing the power of millions of living beings, he had become even more powerful. He was no longer someone that the Lingwu sword master could compare to. The spirit techniques of the ancient Yuan spirit domain were already extremely powerful. Silver Wing's soul-seizing array. Tian Yuanzi was proficient in the Tao of array. He casually used it and trapped the Lingwu sword master along with his galaxy refining sword. Within the huge array, countless wings appeared. The originally silver wings were now black. The power of death circulated and the thousands of wings completely trapped the Lingwu swordmaster. Then, they violently contracted. The power and demonic power contained in the wings was enough to strangle the Lingwu swordmaster to death. Lingxi retreated in defeat. The Lingwu swordmaster retreated in defeat. The three great sword masters could still barely hold on. But if Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi were to attack, the four great sword masters would definitely die. At that time, the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would be finished. Everyone had to die. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Under the attack of the demonic tree, more and more Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists died. The life essence of their flesh and blood was completely sucked dry, and they turned into terrifying dried corpses. The shocking scene frightened countless disciples to the point that their faces turned pale. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is finished. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace that has been passed down for millions of years. Who would have thought that today, it would be destroyed by our hands? We are all sinners of history. Countless people started to cry. They were powerless and could only watch as Lingxi fell into Yi Futu's ghost claws. Am I going to lose? Lingxi was so tired that she was in a trance. But every time she thought of Long Chen, energy would surge from her body, supporting her to hold on. However, the pagoda art was too powerful. Even the six-path immortal swords couldn't make up for the huge difference in the power of nirvana between the two. Chen, suddenly, a familiar aura appeared behind her. She gave up resisting and turned around, only to find a familiar figure standing behind her. It was Long Chen. In that instant, Lingxi was wild with joy. But when she blinked, she realized that it wasn't Long Chen. She recalled that Long Chen should have gone to the eternal hell, and she didn't know if he was dead or alive. But when she saw this man, Lingxi knew that Long Chen was still alive. Only with Long Chen alive could he control the boundless star dragon diagram and bring the Desolation Emperor to Lingxi. That's right, the person who suddenly appeared was the Desolation Emperor. Other than Lingxi, no one knew the Desolation Emperor. This young man looked very ordinary, and his appearance was also very ordinary. His hair was sparse, and the only thing that was easy to recognize was his relatively large mouth, which made him look frightening. As soon as the Desolation Emperor appeared behind Lingxi, he helped Lingxi resist Yi Futu's Thousand Buddha greeting art. That palm was easily blocked by the Desolation Emperor. When this unknown young man appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was on the verge of defeat, but at this moment, there was a turning point. Although it wasn't Long Chen, Lingxi knew that the Desolation Emperor was equivalent to Long Chen's avatar. It was Long Chen who was controlling him. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Lingxi's eyes. She was really tired, so when she saw the Desolation Emperor appear, her body went limp, and she almost fell from the sky. The Desolation Emperor casually waved his hand, and a gust of wind gently wrapped around Lingxi. He flew towards the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Nirvana Tribulation experts. Seeing this strange man appear, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people were puzzled, but it was clear that this person was here to help them. Someone quickly came forward to support Lingxi. That familiar and soft feeling, Lingxi knew that it was her mother, Bai Yuyun. "Child, it's been hard on you." Bai Yuyun's eyes were misty with tears as she caressed Lingxi's head. They temporarily stayed in a safe position. Lingxi shook her head and said, "It's not hard on me. Chen will be proud of me for being able to last until now, he is?" Bai Yuyun asked in confusion. Lingxi named a few people, but it caused everyone to be shocked. Because she said, "He is the Desolation Emperor." He was ranked second on the list of clicks and votes. Chapter 1663. This was the Desolation Emperor. Everyone knew how important the Desolation Emperor was to the 3 domains and 9 realms. He was a mythical existence, but now, the Desolation Emperor had appeared before them. Almost everyone looked at this young man in awe. What they didn't know was that this young man was already in the hands of Long Chen. The 3 emperors were all figures that had existed for tens of thousands of years. They were all mythical existences in everyone's hearts. Previously, the Jinwu Emperor had appeared, the Sword Soul Emperor was dead, and now, the Desolation Emperor had finally appeared. The people of the Sword Soul Emperor Palace naturally knew that the Desolation Emperor was here to help them. They all saw the birth of hope. Everyone's eyes shone with hope. In fact, many people's eyes were already brimming with tears. To the 10 Ghost Kings, this was an unexpected turn of events. In their plans, they never thought that the Desolation Emperor would appear. Hence, when he appeared, the 10 Ghost Kings all stopped what they were doing. From the perspective of the Desolation Emperor, Long Chen saw Tian Yuanzi and Yi Futu. These 2 were the people he hated the most. The originally noisy scene became extremely quiet at this moment. The person facing the Desolation Emperor was the person that Long Chen hated the most, Yi Futu. This time, he knew clearly that this guy was plotting against Lingxi again. He hadn't been able to kill Lingxi the last time, and Long Chen had never met anyone who dared to make a move against Lingxi in his life. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and Yi Futu had touched Long Chen's reverse scale. Especially at this moment, when Long Chen knew that the Demon Dragon Palace Master had been turned into a ghostly being, the anger in his heart was about to explode. Yi Futu before him had become the outlet for his emotions. Long Chen had almost replaced the control of the Desolation Emperor's body as he walked towards Yi Futu step by step. Yi Futu took a few steps back. This young man's gaze made him feel both familiar and fearful. It also drove him crazy. The violence in his heart was gradually ignited by Long Chen. As a ghostly being, he already had an immortal body. What was there to be afraid of? Desolation Emperor? The Desolation Emperor. No matter how powerful you are still a puppet of the way of heaven. You must be like that old dog Jinwu Great Emperor, who only dares to squat in the 5 elements Haotian Pagoda. This must be your doppelganger. A mere clone dares to scare. Then, a shocking scene happened. While Yi Futu was still prattling on, the Baron Grand Emperor suddenly appeared in front of him. In that instant, the Baron Grand Emperor's head transformed into that of a dragon-devouring beast. He grabbed Yi Futu and dragged his head into his mouth. With a crack, Yi Futu's head was bitten off. Everyone looked at this scene in absolute silence. Yi Futu's body was still struggling in pain. He flailed his arms and legs, using Nirvana energy to attack the Baron Grand Emperor's body. Unfortunately, the Baron Grand Emperor's body had been forged through the 6th Nirvana tribulation. No matter how he attacked, it was like a child attacking an adult. There was no effect at all. Without another word, the Baron Grand Emperor threw Yi Futu's entire body into his mouth. He chewed coldly until he swallowed Yi Futu's entire body. Only then did his expression return to normal. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and returned to his human form. He said, "Disgusting." The belly of the dragon-devouring beast was a prison. The regenerative ability of ghostly beasts was very strong. The Baron Grand Emperor's belly could hold hundreds of thousands of ghostly beasts. In just a few days, these ghostly beasts filled up again. Yi Futu was immortal, but as long as his primordial spirit or soul existed, he would be bewitched once he entered the belly of the dragon-devouring beast. Not everyone had a strong resistance like Long Chen. Yi Futu would never be able to escape the belly of the dragon-devouring beast for the rest of his life. This was Long Chen's rage. It was also the only way to restrain Yi Futu. Otherwise, even if he killed Yi Futu could still be reborn. This shocking scene caused everyone to fall silent for a long time. The Baron Grand Emperor raised his head and looked at Tian Yuanzi. Although Long Chen wasn't here, his gaze was on Tian Yuanzi. This was also a person that Long Chen hated. If it wasn't for him, Kitten wouldn't have been discovered by the city lord of the wronged. Monstrous hatred burned in Long Chen's body. Tian Yuanzi watched Yi Futu's fate in a daze. When he noticed that the Baron Grand Emperor was looking at him, he no longer cared about killing the Lingwu sword master. Instead, he turned around and fled in a hurry. The moment he fled, the Baron Grand Emperor conjured the phantom of a 10,000-meter-wide beast and swallowed Tian Yuanzi. Boom! When the Baron Grand Emperor's human form reappeared, Tian Yuanzi was already gone. They could only enjoy their so-called eternal life in the belly of the dragon-devouring beast. As long as the Baron Grand Emperor didn't fall into the hands of the city lord of the wronged, they would never be able to come back to life. This was Long Chen's revenge on them. Next up were the other 8 ghost kings. Long Chen didn't want any of them to leave this place alive. The moment he swallowed Tian Yuanzi, the bodies of the ghost kings that were fighting the 3 great sword masters exploded one by one. They turned into ashes that were swiftly scattered by the raging gales. They realized how powerful the Baron Grand Emperor was and immediately fled. Long Chen was very regretful. He was so angry that he almost went crazy, but there were still 2 demonic trees wreaking havoc below. They were the root of everything. Time was the deciding factor. When the 6 ghost kings escaped first, the Baron Grand Emperor rushed down angrily. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the heart of the demonic tree. He reached out and pulled the struggling ghost king out of the tree's blood vessels, bit it in half, and swallowed it with a second bite. The second demonic tree's ghost king met the same fate. The battle of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was over. Of the 10 ghost kings, 4 were lost, including Tian Yuanzi and Yi Futu. 6 escaped. On the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's side, it wasn't easy either. Fortunately, Lingxi returned in time and the Baron Grand Emperor came to their rescue in time. A total of tens of thousands of people died, and more than 100,000 people were infected by the miasma and turned into ghosts. However, they were all under the control of their companions. With Lingxi around, they could recover in a few days. The battle was finally over. To the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, a few tens of thousands of people wasn't a lot, but they were still lives. Even though they had won this disaster, no one was happy about it. The Lingwu sword master broke through Tian Yuanzi's grand array and stared blankly at the scene. Chapter 1664. Long Chen got the Desolation Emperor to rush to 9-star Chaos City. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was very far from 9-star Chaos City. Even with the Desolation Emperor's speed, it would take him 3 to 4 days to get there. The city lord of the wronged had only given Long Chen 1 day. The possibility of the Desolation Emperor's help wasn't high. Long Chen was already very satisfied to be able to resolve the crisis of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and even get rid of the 2 traitors of the human race, as well as the 2 ghost kings. At least after this crucial battle of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, City Lord of the Wronged wouldn't be able to cause any big waves for the time being other than his eternal hell. The matter of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was immediately spread. The people of the 3 regions and 9 realms had spies in Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and they knew what happened. They also made the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms aware of the existence of the traitor. In the ancient Yuan spirit world, only a few of the higher-ups had betrayed the human race. After the Desolation Emperor left, the human race's forces gradually gathered and prepared to go to the ancient Yuan spirit world to save the suffering people. At the same time, they tried all the martialists who had surrendered to the city lord of the wronged and stood on Tian Yuanzi's side. Following which, Lingxi recovered and helped the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's ghosts to recover. Because of Lingxi's outstanding performance in this battle, she left a deep impression on everyone. After the 4 sword masters made up for the damage suffered by the sky-piercing sword Soul Mountain, they started to plan for the ceremony for Lingxi to become the Sword Spirit Emperor. Now that Lingxi had the battle power of the 4 sword masters, she was qualified to become the Sword Spirit Emperor. The true martial Emperor Palace would be safe under the protection of the true martial Emperor. The Desolation Emperor Palace also had 6 demonic emperors. The situation outside had already stabilized, and Long Chen finally rushed into the eternal hell without any hesitation. Together with Mo Xiaolang, he entered a familiar hell, the Avicii Hell. After crossing the long road to the underworld, they were ready to go to the Avicii Hell. They had made their decision, and they had no regrets. Long Chen knew that he was in a passive position, just like when he faced the Desolation Emperor. But in the end, he still won. There was a saying in this world, when 2 enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. He believed in this saying, so when he had no other choice, he chose to fight. Fighting now or fighting half a year later, who could guarantee that Long Chen would have a chance of winning against the Lord of the Wronged in half a year? Long Chen did not regret embarking on this path that might disappoint the common people. There was always something in one's heart that could not be abandoned, and that was the hot-bloodedness of a man. Most people had already lost such a thing. The eternal hell was the place where the nightmare began. Long Chen met the city lord of the wronged here and obtained the god-slaying sword. He was about to step into the Avicii hell. Just as Long Chen was on full alert, the closer he got to the Avicii hell, the more obvious a change became in the god kingdom. Long Chen was a little stunned. He let Mo Xiaolang stop moving forward and looked into the god kingdom. Under the suppression of the golden demon subduing column, the crystal ice coffin was trembling slightly. His heart is beating. Maybe it has something to do with coming to the eternal hell? Long Chen was puzzled. He opened the god kingdom, and Mo Xiaolang rushed into it. The two looked closely, and indeed, the crystal ice coffin was trembling. Within it, the beautiful blue-haired woman was extremely seductive. Her breasts were full, and 2 pink mounds were jiggling gently. Her abdomen was smooth and curvy, full of the most alluring curves of a woman. The area below her abdomen was even more alluring. Unfortunately, this was the heart of the city lord of the wronged. So when he saw this alluring snow-white body, Long Chen was not tempted, but only disgusted. As for a gentleman like Xiao Lang, he was even more dismissive. The two of them observed for a period of time. As the gold demon subduing column gently trembled, the blue-haired beautiful girl actually opened her aqua-blue eyes. Her long eyelashes gently trembled, and her eyes were like the clearest spring water, so clear that it moved one's heart. The clarity of her eyes was something that Long Chen had only seen in one person before, and that was Lingxi. This was clearly a demon, so why was it so alluring and clear? Because of the sudden change in the heart, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stopped moving forward. They knew their goal this time. They were here to kill, to fight side by side with Kitten, even if it meant death. After the beautiful blue-haired woman opened her eyes, her head actually turned around in the crystal ice coffin, looking around. Long Chen showed his body in the God Kingdom, standing next to Mo Xiaolang. Naturally, she also saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. She was stunned for a while, and then her eyes immediately became misty. She said softly, "Is this the eternal hell?" She actually spoke. Long Chen was startled, because the voice she spoke just now was very moving and sweet, which was very different from the city lord of the tragic death. Although the appearance was the same, it could be said that the city lord of the tragic death was completely different. Especially the voice. This woman's voice was soft and sweet, not the rough voice of the city lord of the tragic death. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't say anything, just stared at her with cold eyes. The blue-haired woman seemed to be frightened, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, making her look pitiful. She looked at the two and begged, "You two, I beg you, don't send me to him, please." Him? Long Chen was confused. He always felt that there was something very strange about this woman, and now that he was awake, it was also very strange. This was the heart of the city lord of the tragic death, so he had to be very careful. He asked, "Who is this him you are talking about?" The blue-haired woman seemed to be very scared, and said a name, Yinli. This name, Long Chen had never heard of it. He smiled and said, "You are the city lord of the tragic death, right? Are you trying to trick us? You want us to let you out first, then let you leave? Am I right? To Long Chen, this was clearly the city lord of the tragic death's plot. What Ainli? Long Chen thought he had seen through her, but it made her tremble all over. Her beautiful body shrank into a ball in the crystal ice coffin, and she looked timidly at Long Chen, her eyes misty. She said with some fear, I am not him. Ainli is the city lord of the tragic death you speak of. I am not his heart. I am an independent person, and he is a devil. I am from the eternal God realm. Long Chen didn't believe it at first. Chapter 1665. Big brother, don't listen to her nonsense. She is the city lord of the wronged. She must be trying to trick us into releasing him from the suppression of the golden demon suppressing column. Wouldn't she be able to run to the city lord of the wronged immediately after being released? Mo Xiaolang said cautiously. Long Chen felt that it made sense as well. This fellow said that she was an independent person, and that she came from the eternal sacred realm? Then why did great Emperor Zhenwu tell him that she was the heart of the city lord of the wronged? Why did the city lord of the wronged look the same as the woman in the crystal coffin? No. Little wolf cub's words made the woman shed tears of excitement. She could only struggle in the narrow space of the crystal ice coffin. She glared at Mo Xiaolang angrily and said, I have nothing to do with him. I'm not his heart. He just relied on me to sustain his life. If I hadn't smelled his aura, I wouldn't have woken up. Please don't go near him. If he catches me, I will become a part of his body, and I will never belong to myself. Long Chen had thought that this fellow was trying to fool him, but from her reaction, it did not seem like she was lying. Long Chen calmed down and thought for a while. What proof do you have to prove what you said? In my eyes, you are the heart of the city lord of the wronged. He had asked this because he felt that there might be a way to defeat the city lord of the wronged. In truth, Long Chen knew too little about him. Up until now, the city lord of the wronged was a mysterious fellow with no weaknesses to speak of. Proof. The beautiful woman in the crystal coffin looked at Long Chen in confusion, looking pitiful. She shook her head helplessly and said, How can I prove it? I am a living person with my own primordial spirit. I am a member of the Spirit of Life clan of the eternal sacred realm. I am not his heart, but I am in this crystal coffin. How can I prove it? Long Chen listened to the keywords in her words. Spirit of life? Primordial spirit? In fact, the woman in front of him had nothing to do with the heart. She was just like an ordinary person. Long Chen used the Void Aeon Dragon as his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was stronger than anyone else's, and the insight of his primordial spirit was extraordinary. He could clearly see the existence of the blue-haired girl's primordial spirit, but the city lord of the wronged could not see it. Could it really be as he said? She must have sensed my aura and is heading this way. You too, please let me go. Don't give me to her, okay? If you let me go, I'll immediately escape from this eternal hell. If it was before, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to release this heart. Moreover, he would have had to use the golden demon imprisonment column to suppress her. But now, it seemed like things had taken a turn for the better. Originally, the situation was already a dead end, but Long Chen realized that this might be a turning point. If he could succeed, then he could avoid a lot of things. Just as he was deep in thought, the blue-haired girl took out a blue crystal from below her left breast. Her face was much weaker. This is what Ainli wants. It's the key to whether or not he can reincarnate. But if he can't completely absorb me, he can't truly reincarnate. Even if he succeeds, he won't be able to recover to his peak strength. He doesn't understand this, so if you let me go and give this to him, he can still let you go. Which blue crystal was the heart that the city lord of the wronged wanted? Long Chen could vaguely see the shadow of a beating heart in the crystal. In other words, even if he gets this thing, the city lord of the wronged will become much stronger? Long Chen asked. The blue-haired girl could only nod obediently. But he still has regrets about not being able to truly reincarnate? Long Chen continued to ask. The blue-haired girl bit her pink lip and looked fearfully at Long Chen. Long Chen thought, he's already so strong now. If he absorbs this crystal, he'll probably be invincible in the 3 regions and 9 realms. If he absorbs this girl and truly reincarnates, he might even be able to attack the eternal God realm. At this point, he had actually already subconsciously believed her. Most importantly, her primordial spirit. Long Chen didn't quite believe it. Just a heart, could it be like an independent, normal life form with a primordial spirit? But he had a question. The city lord of the wronged has existed for too long. You've existed for about the same time as him, so how did you survive until now? What about your nirvana power and nirvana tribulation? The blue-haired girl said reverently, we, the spirits of life, can't be considered true humans. We have a long life, but we can't cultivate or become strong. We can only use the power bestowed by the heavenly Tao to survive. Under the protection of some humans, there are many strange races in the eternal God realm. We're not strange at all. So that was it? Suddenly, the blue-haired girl became nervous. I beg you, let me go. He's already close. If he senses my presence, I'm finished. He didn't expect me to recover from a heart. Let me go, I beg you. Big brother? Mo Xiaolang's heart wavered. Long Chen had his own judgment. From all the information he had on this girl, it couldn't be the city lord of the wrong's doing. So, at this critical moment, Long Chen made his decision. Can you take this blue crystal away? Long Chen asked. The blue-haired girl shook her head. I can't. I can't control it. It's the part that belongs to the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen finally understood what was going on. This blue-haired girl's heart had been imprisoned for countless years, and it had recovered its original form. It was a good thing that the city lord of the wronged could not be completely reborn. Seeing that the city lord of the wronged was approaching, Long Chen removed the suppression of the crystal ice coffin. The blue-haired girl turned into blue mist, descending in front of Long Chen. The blue crystal instantly turned black, becoming a violently beating heart. It was like a nightmare, struggling to get out of the crystal ice coffin. At this time, Long Chen locked the crystal ice coffin again. That black heart emanated a large amount of black mist, madly battering against it, but it still could not break through the power of the golden demon imprisonment column. After stabilizing that side, that blue mist gradually formed a girl with long, blue hair that trailed the ground in front of Long Chen. Her originally naked body was now covered in the deep blue mist. Her snow-white skin, towering peaks, slender legs, and perky buttocks were all faintly discernible in the mist, making her even more alluring. Chapter 1666. In the crystal coffin, she still looked lovely, but as soon as she came out, she used such a seductive posture to provoke Long Chen. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently pressed them against her red lips. Her legs were crossed, and her figure was mesmerizing. In terms of seduction, she was definitely the strongest woman Long Chen had ever seen. She giggled at Long Chen, her breasts bouncing up and down. A provocative look flashed in her eyes, and she said in a seductive voice, "Little brother, you really are stupid." Long Chen looked at him coldly. Mo Xiaolang thought that he had fallen into the city lord's trap and was about to make a move, but Long Chen stopped him and said to the blue-haired woman, "If you don't leave now, it will be too late when he comes." In reality, this was not the city lord's plan. The woman's words were not a lie to Long Chen. It was just that her personality was not as delicate and lovely as before. The current her was her true self. In any case, from the details of her words, Long Chen could tell that her fear and pity were all an act. This was a woman who was good at pretending. But she really was not the city lord's heart. Seeing that Long Chen had seen through her so quickly, the blue-haired woman's beautiful eyes moved. She looked at Long Chen deeply and said, "You have done me a favor. In the future, I may give you endless benefits, little brother." Her little brother made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Fortunately, after saying this, she was in a hurry to leave. As expected, she did not go to the Avicii hell, but returned to the gates of hell and left the eternal hell. What she had said was true. In the crystal coffin, the black heart trembled violently, trying to break out of the crystal coffin. The situation now was much better than before. Even if he lost, it was not a loss that was too bad. As long as the city lord did not truly come back to life, he would have regrets. With regrets, he would have weaknesses. Therefore, for the sake of Kitten and for the sake of Long Xing, the two brothers had no regrets. They looked at each other, and their eyes burned with the desire to fight. Then, they headed toward the hell of Avicii. The Yellow Springs road was long and seemed to have no end. Long Chen and Bai Xiaochun felt like they were walking to their deaths. Finally, he came out of the Yellow Springs road and saw the once familiar Avicii hell. The last time he had been here, it had been filled with ghosts. But this time, the hell of Avicii was much quieter. The only thing that could be heard was the howling of the wind, and the countless trees that resembled the claws of ghosts were pointing up into the sky, as if they were trying to get something from the heavens above. As soon as he arrived at the Avicii hell, Long Chen knew that the city lord of the wronged had arrived. The two of them raised their heads. Above them, an ancient and terrifying city, shrouded in leaden clouds, descended eerily. The Black City appeared above Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Seeing the city of the wronged, the two of them couldn't help but feel nervous. This was because what they were about to face might be a battle that would only end in death. Above the city of the wronged, an old and withered laugh sounded. "Little friend Long Chen, it's been more than a year, and we've crossed swords several times. Today, we finally meet again." Long Chen said, "It's better not to meet. We've already arrived at the time you set for 10 days. Now, it's time to settle things. No hurry, no hurry. Your old friend can't help but want to see you." The city lord of the wrong's laughter came from above. Old friend? Long Chen was stunned for a moment. At this moment, in the sky above the city of the wronged, a thick, purple dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long poked its head out of the clouds. This dragon's scales had turned black, and its body was filled with endless black fog. It was a little different from an ordinary purple blood demon dragon, but Long Chen knew that this was the demon dragon palace lord. But at this moment, his eyes had turned pure black, and black fog surrounded them. His entire body was filled with the aura of a ghost. As expected, the city lord of the wronged hadn't lied to Long Chen. The demon dragon palace lord, who had been willing to enter the city of the wronged in his place, had already been transformed into the thing he hated the most. When he saw that the giant demon dragon was covered in ghostly qi, and that he had already lost his consciousness, Long Chen's heart bled. The hatred between him and the city lord of the wronged had reached a point where one of them would not rest until the other was dead. Long Chen fiercely suppressed the hatred in his heart. "I'm very curious. A battle between two 10,000-meter-long dragons. How spectacular would that scene be? Long Chen, why don't you and your old friend show it to this old man?" The city lord of the wrong's laughter continued. As he laughed, the 10,000-meter-long dragon descended from the clouds. Its huge body coiled around the city of the wronged, and it glared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. It let out a primitive bestial roar. The demon dragon palace lord's transformation was different from Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi's. He had clearly lost his consciousness. "Alright, let's begin. First, put on a show. If you pass, I'll invite you up," the city lord of the wronged said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10,000-meter-long purple blood dragon left the city of the wronged and charged at Long Chen. The purple blood dragon's body was even thicker than the primordial blood spiritual dragon's. The claws on its limbs, the sharp horns on its head, and the huge thorny barbs on its tail were the most lethal close-range weapons. When the purple blood dragon transformed into its dragon form, its close-range combat ability was at its strongest. The purple blood dragon, which had originally been at the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation, had become even stronger after the transformation of the city lord of the wronged. The moment it attacked, the winds and clouds changed, and the earth trembled. Xiao Lang, I'll do it myself. Long Chen faced the purple blood dragon's attack alone. How ruthless. Do you want us to kill each other? Long Chen knew the city lord of the wronged's goal. The city lord of the wronged wanted to make Long Chen suffer and drive him crazy. Regardless of whether Long Chen won or lost this battle, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. However, the city lord of the wronged would control the purple blood dragon to attack Long Chen without a care for its own life. The purple blood dragon's huge dragon claw clawed at Long Chen. Long Chen dodged it with a flash. The huge dragon claw flattened the mountain peaks within a kilometer radius. Then, it let out a crazy roar, and for a moment, the heavens and earth shook. A large amount of sand and gravel rushed towards Long Chen. Under the deadly attack of the purple blood dragon, all Long Chen could do was push and shove. The demon dragon palace lord had already lost his consciousness, and Long Chen was conflicted as to whether or not he should destroy his physical body. Kill me. Long Chen, kill me. Destroy me completely. Vaguely, Long Chen could hear the other party's intense call. He looked up in a daze and saw that although the purple blood dragon's attacks were fierce, its eyes were filled with pain. He still had consciousness, but he couldn't control his own body. Kill him? Long Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. 10 minutes, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.